Hey guys, I'm back from my post-Mario Kart hiatus. I did basically nothing for a month and decided that it was time that I not do that anymore. And here we are now. So I actually had the idea to make this into a video about 3 years ago now, but I never ended up doing it at the time because I think I was just focused on other content and stuff, and so I just never went back to the idea until now. The SCP universe has heavily fascinated me for a number of years now. I'm not going to go into detail about the SCP Foundation itself because if you're clicking on an SCP-001 video, then you most likely know what SCPs are, so instead of doing that, I'm going to get right into what you all came here for. Alright, so back when I started the script for the old video, there were 41 different proposals for what SCP-001 was. And fast forward to now there's 53 of them, so needless to say, this video is going to be very long, and it's going to have similar editing to the Lost Media videos where I'm mainly going to have gameplay of Containment Breach or other renditions of the franchise on screen, with relevant imagery to accompany whatever proposal that I'm talking about. I should probably also clarify that some of these have a lot of room to be interpreted by you, and so by me doing very basic editing, hopefully you'll be able to interpret your own imagery in your head and things like that, because I think that's one of the joys in making videos about SCP stories. Also, there's definitely a chance that while I don't get the explanations wrong, I could still very well leave something out of the explanation itself that someone smarter than me will inevitably point out in the comments. Technically, nothing in the SCP universe is canon to begin with, but I thought I'd make that distinction anyway. Let's not waste any more time and begin with all 53 proposals in their chronological order, so let's begin. Okay, this part was not in the script, but I do need to make an important clarification about the fact that SCP-001's designation is purposefully left blank, and instead there's proposals, so I thought I'd say that. Okay, let's actually start the video now. Sheaf of Papers. The Sheaf of Papers, being the first ever proposal by a man named Jonathan Ball, is, well, a sheaf of papers. The way it works is that every time a new paper is flipped over in the stack, that SCP then becomes real and has yet to be contained in the universe. So if you manage to get 096's document by going through the papers, congrats! 096 is now part of the SCP list. Have fun trying to contain that. The paper's discovery was in a report from a now deceased member of the Foundation, who, upon initially reading the papers, gave the description for SCP-002, the living room. He was later contacted, and when attempting to recite the paper he read on the phone, this time it read out the description for SCP-003. He thought it was a completely different report when he reread it and got immediately confused by this, and when he tried to read it for a third time, it contained the description for SCP-004, and then 005, and so on. There's not enough well-researched material on any correlations the papers have to any of the SCPs themselves, but it is worth noting that every time an SCP gets discovered, that discovery is a follow-up of an already existing document coming from the Sheaf of Papers. This is one of my favorite proposals, and the footage you've been seeing on the screen of the papers is a demonstration of them in SCP Containment Breach Project Resurrection. The Prototype. The prototype is the Dr. Gears proposal, and its point of origin comes from a small town in Guatemala. A group of boys were playing near a roadside when they reportedly saw a demon-like figure that appeared to be sick or injured. The boys recalled seeing the creature panting and moving its legs around frantically. Whatever it was then, quote, raised its head and exposed its eye. And afterwards, the boys ran home in terror and reported the incident to a local law enforcement in the area. There were a number of reports following this one that claimed to have heard horrible shrieking over a several-day period, and 12 people ended up being hospitalized due to intense radiation sickness, assumed to be related to whatever this creature was, as well as 7 other people going missing. The creature is somehow able to create micro-singularities that it then uses as a form of transportation and defense. They disappear almost immediately after being formed, but the problem is that they emit a very large amount of radiation which severely damages the areas that they happen in. The creature always has its eye exposed when creating these, so it's thought that the eye is part of how it's able to make them. It views humans as a food source, and interestingly will get very ill when exposed to a high enough level of heat, humidity, or flashing lights. The creature is unable to make the portals when it's in this ill state, and has killed a number of recovery agents with its claws as well as the singularities. After many failed containment attempts from the Foundation, as well as attempts at communicating with it, the current containment procedure is as follows. The room is lead-lined and kept lit with floodlights, with a constant room temperature of 98 degrees, I'm guessing it's Fahrenheit in this case, with 100% humidity. The room itself is also sealed with a reinforced steel blast door, with the outside being constantly patrolled by guards with high-powered strobe lights. Additional information about the creature is that it's 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighs 97 pounds on average, has no organs or really any bodily features, has 21 very broken and rotting teeth, and has, as I talked about, a very large eye that has no pupil or iris. The Gate Guardian. Appearing in an undisclosed location near the intersection of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the Gate Guardian, proposed by Dr. Clef, is a large humanoid entity who glows with large wing-like appendages emerging from the shoulders, back, temples, ankles, and wrists. Observers of the Guardian say that the wing count is anywhere from 2 to as many as 108, and anyone exposed to the Guardian starts to hear voices in their heads giving directions that can't be disobeyed. The most common thing people hear is the word forget, which causes subjects to simply walk away from the Guardian while also forgetting that they ever encountered it. Sometimes, though, the entity will say things more surprising than that. And in fact, the Gate Guardian is directly responsible for the entire SCP Foundation's existence, and here's why. A very long time ago on an unknown date, the founder, walking towards the Guardian, didn't hear the word forget, but instead he simply heard the word prepare. This left such an impression on the founder that he would soon go on to create an organization dedicated to containing and collecting anomalous entities. And that organization is none other than the SCP Foundation. Going back to the Guardian itself, though, people who've seen it have reported that the Guardian appears to be standing in front of a, quote, gate of immense proportions. Long-range photographs have shown in the past that beyond the gate apparently is a huge grove on the inside, accompanied by a number of fruit trees with an unknown composition. Also worth noting here that the reports clarify that there's 2 large trees in the center with massive proportions as well. One of the trees is allegedly an apple tree, but no other fruit that we know of can be identified. It is believed that the gate goes to a place with correlation to the Dead Sea Scrolls as well as Babylonian texts. Many different experiments have been tested with the Gate Guardian, and one time they tried flying 100 different drones past the gate and they just got obliterated by the Guardian's sword. One time they also tried to fire a guided missile at the gate and it killed all of the personnel involved. It took 7 different documented experiments with the Gate Guardian until an executive order was filed by a site admin ordering that no further experiments are to be carried out with the Gate Guardian and just leave it alone. The Lock. QNTM's proposal revolves around the idea that SCP-001 is a smooth, black, perfectly ellipsoidal onyx gemstone. Around the gemstone is a gold filigree that is sculpted into broad strokes in what's referred to as the south pole of the object, and the north pole of the object is where the lock part is, and the pattern's complexity actually goes beyond what can be viewed with even the most modern of electron microscopes. The lock constantly emits a very small amount of thermoradiation in the microwave range, about 34 megawatts, and this radiation makes the lock itself warm to the touch. Also worth noting here that the tiny white dotted areas emit a little more radiation than the dark areas. Aside from that though, the lock is completely inanimate. That and it's indestructible, opaque to every single type of electromagnetic and hard radiation, and is also impossible to get samples of for any form of analysis on the object. As of right now, the lock is currently contained in a primary archival vault on sublevel 1 of Site 10. It's kept in a vertical octagonal prism made from reinforced concrete and steel. Now, I know you're probably thinking that this is a lot of work to contain something that is literally one of the most harmless things the Foundation has, but the main reason for this is to prevent theft, so I guess it makes sense. There's definitely people out there who would steal something like that. The Factory. This is also one of my favorite renditions of 001. Bright's proposal, being the Factory, is one that the Foundation is purposefully never going to write into a document. The proposal is an O5 tale that initially started with a council member speaking to a doctor about 001. Also, by O5 tale, I'm talking about a member of the O5 Council, which is a very high-ranking council in SCP, if you're wondering. And what better way to tell you about it than to just read some of it? Yes, we were alerted when you first started digging into SCP-001. Every researcher who's been around for a while looks into it. Most are satisfied when they uncover the angel with the flaming sword. It's buried under enough levels. But then you started looking into the Factory, and that is when I knew you wouldn't stop. So here it is, plain and simple. The Factory is SCP-001, but it will never be written up. It was a choice I made early on in the creation of the Foundation, and a choice I still stand by. You researchers are far too curious. I'm not sure which scares me worse. That we'll never understand the Factory, or that one day we will. Oh, well, I'm sure you're eager to learn more. The factory was built in 1835. Back then it was known as the Anderson Factory, named after James Anderson, a rather well-to-do industrialist. It was built in, well, we'll just say America, and was the largest factory yet designed, a good mile across at its widest, 3 stories tall throughout, with a special 7-story tower by the front gate that Anderson lived in. It was designed to be the ultimate factory, capable of taking care of everything, including the housing of workers. People could be born, work, live, and die without ever leaving the confines of the factory. And work they did, on everything from cattle raising and slaughtering to textiles to everything else under the sun. The tale later mentions the possibility of Anderson being a Satan worshipper, as he was very OCD when it came to the factory, as well as its interiors. People who managed to escape the factory have said that the floor was engraved with arcane symbols that only become visible when blood flows across the patterns. The reason so many people worked in the factory was really the premise. The idea served as a place to live and work at the same time, which was appealing to people who didn't know about the incredibly awful working conditions inside. 16-hour workdays, having to sleep in rooms with 8 people in them, 0 medical personnel of any kind, and people were basically just worked to death. And if you were too injured to work, you were dragged off by security, and you were just killed, I guess. Alright, back to reading. This factory specialized in nearly everything for 40 or so years. Meat, clothes, weapons. The products were good, but no one had any idea about the terrible working conditions. That is, until someone managed to escape. It was only then discovered that Anderson had been experimenting on the workers. Whether it be children, women, elderly people, it didn't matter. He'd still sew them together, combine them with animals, and do other things that actually make me sick. I'm not even going to read the rest. Anderson was actually confronted by workers at some point and was hung from his tower window by his intestines. He laughed as he died, saying that it didn't matter that they could kill him, but the factory would never be killed. Anderson's remains were eventually burned, and following his death, hundreds of people spent a week cleaning the factory out. Several people died during the cleanup, but the things that were found were completely alien. Toy guns that shot real bullets, a yo-yo that would flay the skin from anyone it touched, hammers that only worked on human skin, and even a breed of a skeletal horse that ran faster than anything the people had ever seen. Okay, so at this point the cleanup crew are faced with a choice. What do we do with all of this? Some ideas were to auction them off for a priceless profit, some wanted to destroy it all, and I'm sure you can guess where this is going. At this point, there's now a city built around the factory, and there's only 13 people left from the original cleaning crew. They called the city Site Alpha, and this is also at around the same time that they had people called disposables for certain tasks. You might now recognize them in the modern age as D-Class, but in the year 1911 was when everything would start to go south. They called them fairies, spelled like this, and they basically looked exactly like ordinary people, but all of them had an innate allergy to iron. You might not have heard of these before because this is the only time the Foundation has ever completely killed off an entire species, if you can even call it that. The factory was eventually blocked off for good, buried under a ton of rubble, never to be seen or explored by anyone again. Sometimes they do send Class D down there in the current day, but now that it's been over 100 years, they never really find anything there anymore. Regardless of that though, objects that the factory spits out still keep appearing in random places all over the world. SCPs. That was a long explanation, but basically the factory is directly responsible for all of the current SCPs that exist. This is again one of my favorite proposals, but I do think that there are some loopholes in it. But those loopholes only exist in my own interpretation of the story, so I won't ruin anyone else's interpretation of how the factory is able to produce some of the really wild SCPs that exist. The Spiral Path. In Dr. Mann's proposal for 001, SCP-001 is this: a circular gravel path in a forest. The thing about it is that when the path is traveled in a counterclockwise direction, the trail goes infinitely uphill. It keeps going even when you circle all the way back around to the starting point, and the same thing happens if you turn around and go down the hill instead as well. The site is contained on the grounds of Site 0, with a fence being built around the location where the weird looping effect occurs. There should always be at least 5 guards at the site to prevent unauthorized entry into the site, and there should also be a physics laboratory that is managed at all hours of the day to study any anomalous behavior from the site. When I first read this one, I couldn't stop thinking about the infinite staircase from Super Mario 64. That might be where the inspiration for this one came from in the first place, it wouldn't surprise me. The Legacy. Proposed by Dr. McKinsey, 001 is a set of 2 objects as well as 33 documents that belong to a person with the alias of the Administrator. It's not exactly known what the first 2 items are, but all 33 documents have a strange property in that they don't appear to age or fade from the papers in any way. Unclassified documents reveal that the 2 unknown objects are actually a smooth device of an unidentified gray metallic substance and a small key which is made out of the same material as the weird device. It's assumed that the key is a sort of activation key for the other object. Additional information about the weird device is that it's about 22 centimeters wide, 30 centimeters tall, and 1.5 centimeters thick, being unusually heavy. Equipped with a small digital display, it only has a single opening that has a sort of activation switch on it. All of the attempts to take the device apart have failed, and what's really weird is that there's no fasteners or screws or any obvious parts that keep the device itself intact. They've also tried to X-ray it, but even then it doesn't show anything, which leads to the belief that whatever it is deemed to be too dense to be X-rayed properly, or that it has inconsistent internal topography, or both. Back to the 33 documents though. A lot of the contents are still a mystery, but what we do have are small pieces from the admin's diary as part of the documents. The excerpts talk about how the admin had to kill them, most likely referring to the government, as they wanted to have the device from him after funding him with personnel and money, and that they actually had been, quote, reproducing the technology all along, while hiding it from the admin. This goes deeper though, as there's also a handwritten page from the admin himself in the stack of papers that says the following. To whom it may concern. First, I want to say that I am sorry for everything. I have most likely doomed you and everyone you have ever known to death and destruction by my mere presence in your world. If you are in possession of and reading this document, then I am probably dead. If that is the case and I did not bother to destroy this evidence, then that means I have also probably failed in my mission. This means that my responsibilities have now passed on to you and that your fate and the fate of the world are now in your hands. I was not born into your world. I am a traveler from a parallel plane of existence, an alternate reality separate from your universe. The year from which I originate is of little consequence. If I've learned anything from my travels, the passing of time from universe to universe is meaningless. What is important is that in my plane of origin, mankind was highly advanced. We harnessed the power of entire stars, molded planets and moons alike to suit our needs, and even learned to manipulate the fabric of reality itself. We had conquered death through advances in medicine and technology, and we thought ourselves masters of our own fates. We realized too late that all such things have a cost, and that our greed and hubris would not only result in the loss of everything we held dear, but doom countless others as well. Our meddling in the structure of existence had opened up cracks and twists in the fabric of reality, a corruption of the multiverse that we had failed to notice earlier because we could not see the pieces of our reality leaking into others. By the time feedback began to manifest, it was already too late to stop it. Before this corruption consumed us completely, we came up with one final failsafe. We would gather up what knowledge we could save and sacrifice our world to send a single individual through to the next. This could not repair the damage that had already been done, but could buy us the time to start over, to find a way to stop the corruption of reality. That individual was me. If you have not already found them, then the evidence to support my claims will begin to bleed into your world soon enough. Like a rain of glass, the shattered remains of other universes will begin to fall and slip into yours. Things that defy your understanding, fixed loops and structures without meaning or rhyme, that cannot be destroyed by any means you possess. Things that drive men mad and challenge all of the assumptions that you hold dear. That which I carry with me is the final legacy of countless worlds. The equations and technology described in its pages carry with them the hope of stopping the corruption, a hope that has come with a heavy price. They are the last will and testament of a bloody trail of universes that have sacrificed and been sacrificed that those who remain may avoid their fate. At the time of this writing they are nearly complete, but time is ever against me. If I am no longer able to see this mission through to its bitter end, then it falls to you to finish what I began. Good luck, the Administrator. So yeah, the Legacy proposal is basically a chunk of documents that expose the existence of parallel universes and how there's an imminent corruption in the fabric of existence that the admin has passed down in a whole other universe from the one he came from. That and the excerpts from the diary also expose the true motive, as well as the origins of the SCP Foundation itself. This one admittedly confused me a little bit in some places, but it wasn't until I read the handwritten letter that the proposal then made perfect sense. The database. S. Andrew Swan's proposal explores the possibility of SCP-001 actually being the SCP database itself. Declassified research papers reveal that SCP-001 isn't necessarily a database itself, but is rather why all of the SCPs exist in the way that they do. And according to the research papers, it's, quote, not visible to you, or the O5s, or even to most of the SCPs we deal with, but the Foundation, and by extension the entire universe, is in a state of constant shifting reality flux. SCP files appeared and disappeared from our database with alarming regularity, and the SCPs referred to all appearance, appeared and disappeared along with them. Not just SCPs, but personnel, whole sites, and entire decades of the Foundation's history would be rewritten, seemingly at random. And our own memories and all external research would confirm that objective reality matched the current version in our database. What was also said near the end of the document was that we found out that there is a god, and it is SCP-001, and it's a bunch of horror writers. So really, if you think about it, the database might be the only true SCP that there is. And by true, I mean real. Think about it. The database is constantly evolving, being rewritten, modified, revisioned, and every time someone adds their own SCP to the database, that action is SCP-001 in motion. Anything that changes in the database is a direct cause of SCP-001, and when you think of it that way, it's honestly one of the best proposals. The Foundation. Scantron's proposal is that SCP-001 is this high school, which was the site of the original Foundation. It later became an SCP itself, though, for reasons I'll get into in a second. So this heavily modified high school building was the original site for the Foundation in the 1960s, being named CA3. Things were going fine in the building up until around September 1954, when the students attending the high school reported to the Unusual Incidents Unit that the interior of the building was suddenly completely different looking than the way it looked at any point in the past. CA3 had a lot of weird and paranormal traits when it was first reported on, and nearly all of the walls had been replaced with steel-reinforced concrete, with some rooms being made of other materials for no reason. All of the desks, books, and other school materials were just gone. The lockers were still there, but were now smaller and made out of stainless steel. The building's layout was now completely different than the original blueprints for the school, with rooms sometimes receiving random modifications for no apparent reason. They only found 17 computers, with each of them utilizing something called magnetic core RAM. What makes this weird, though, is that the school never had computers in the past. It also didn't help that none of the files were accessible, and I should also add that the computers were bolted down. The last change in the initial report was that the auditorium became completely inaccessible due to a large steel wall that blocked all of the doorways and entrances to it. They've tried to take the wall down, but it doesn't work. At some point after these reports, a team was sent into the interior of CA3, being named Team CA3-05. Get it? 05 counts? Anyway. This group of people did not come back. They then sent a second team, 06, and they also didn't come back. Okay, at this point a decision was made to not send anyone else into the facility, but to instead have people guarding the area to avoid anything happening to anyone else. This is already a very odd thing, but then it was later found out that the building actually had a large amount of people inside of it, being members of Team CA3-06 that were physically identical to the people who went missing, but weren't the same people. They would just mindlessly walk around the building, and when trying to interview them or even get them to say anything, nothing happens. Nothing else would happen in the school for 3 months until a white noise was heard a second time coming from the auditorium. They decided to investigate it this time, and found that a lot of the mindless people had gathered around the doors of the auditorium. Now there was around a 6-foot sized hole in the steel wall, but it still wasn't deep enough to protrude to the other side. This hole would strangely produce items in a cycle of 3 minutes, lasting for around 8 hours when it was happening. As for the contents of those items, well, my document is redacted, so I can't really tell you that. What I can tell you, though, is that all of the items showed significant signs of anomalous behavior. A group of guards were ordered to protect these items, but that only lasted for 2 days. You can probably guess what happened. 2 days after the discovery, more identical people appeared in the building, this time being duplicate guards who for some reason protected all of the items that came out of the hole. They protected it so hard that they were able to overpower every team that was sent in, even when injured. One of the last known things to happen at the site was a series of 2 Morse code messages that were transmitted on May 15th, 1965. Transmitted in Morse code on standard communication frequencies, the first transmission says this: "Hello, we're the O5 Council, and we, Secure, Contain, Protect, we have been shown to do, and it would be nice to be friends. It is nice to have been a part of your excellent, but it is best that with superior resources given the greatness, we will control containment. Our sincerest apologies regarding guards and detainment, workers and secrets kept needed. The time and waits we apologize, the radio blocked by 1 SCP or 2. Expect an expansion soon, for we spaces for all though away from auditorium. Okay, but unwant." Okay. A second message got sent out 8 hours later, which is redacted in some spots, but says the following: "Expanded now. See the, redacted, federal building. It is now a functional, need doctors, guards, D-men recruiting. Anomalies found and further possibly international. Researching of course possible. International may be days, weeks to do. Further, we O5 are aware. Sorry to O6 missed. That legible barely, but go between auditorium, not redacted. Goodbye and luck with your troubles." 36. According to the proposal of Dejoric Dematics, SCP-001 is a group of 36 different people classed as 001-1 to 001-36. The people have no ethnic patterns, age patterns, gender, religion, nothing. They also don't have any anomalous properties individually, but if you put something that is anomalous close to any of the individuals, the items will get heavily modified from what they originally were. The most common result are the items having a less strong effect, or just losing the properties altogether. The amount of 001 people around an object can also change the intensity in which it's altered, and the actual changes in properties are instantaneous and can't be gradually observed. If an object doesn't become useless from the changes, it usually just shows similar consistency with objects that have similar effects as the modded object does. Oh, also, 001 subjects can actually modify objects without knowing about it as long as there's multiple people in the same area. A small chunk of the people are aware of each other a little bit, but generally their knowledge about one another is vague and not really helpful in finding out more information about the individuals. If one of the 001 subjects dies, then it triggers a large event that encompasses all relevant anomalous entities as well as phenomena in the area where the person dies. The scale of the events are too large for any form of containment to be viable, and attempts to contain these in the past have resulted in too many deaths and casualties to really be worth trying to contain. Of the 001 subjects that are contained, they claim that these events are a result of the person's individual absence, quote, letting things through, and that it will only get worse each time it happens. They've also claimed that anyone who dies will get replaced by a newborn with the relevant properties, but so far that has yet to happen. Only 14 of the 36 individuals have been logged in containment documents, so far having 6 people contained, 6 uncontained, and 2 have died. One died assumingly from old age at 101, and the other was killed by the Chaos Insurgency during a recovery operation. The 5th subject has also implied that these individuals have a prophecy that would only happen if all of them came together, saying things like how the world's time has already come and gone, and that the world is only stretching thinner until there's nothing left but the moths. God, I would not like that. I do not like moths. The only information we know about any of the subjects' origins is that subjects 1 through 5 were originally recovered at an unknown location in Jerusalem at some point in 1944. Ouroboros. Sometimes referred to as the cycle proposal, the idea of 001 is split into 4 different sub-proposals, so this is part 1. SCP-001 is a group designation for 9 different people, ages 4 to 11, that gained anomalous properties as a result of something called Project 001 Twins of God. Everything was fine until malpractice of one of the 001s resulted in the death of a high-ranking staff member, which then prompted the item to be indefinitely contained. Something interesting is that all of the 9 individuals are completely brain dead, but still maintain liveliness despite being literally brain dead. These people all emit a massive amount of gamma radiation, often happening in distinct and consistent patterns when the people are together. When separated, the patterns are more randomized, the subjects are radioluminescent, and video recordings are impossible when emitting the radiation as it decays live video feed whenever they're near the cameras. All of the subjects are capable of terminating objects, places, and even individuals within a 20-meter radius, and this might have been what killed that high-ranking member of staff. Part 2. The Broken God. Being discovered in an undisclosed location near La Paz, Mexico in 1942, members of a religion called the Broken God discovered several different individual SCPs that were pieces that made up a massive entity that were scattered all over the world. The pieces include several different SCPs that make up a large mechanical being ones like 217, 1139, 882, 629, and some other ones that aren't directly listed. Eventually, after getting the objects, members of the church combined all of the items together to, quote, restore their deity, and upon doing so, it, 001, started to integrate metallic objects into itself at the same time as it started seeking even more anomalous objects. The attempt to restore the Broken God ended up playing a huge role in the significant environmental changes in western Mexico, and at some point after the whole restoration event, the pieces that were active were taken to Foundation sites to contain the individual parts. What happened in Mexico, however, was nothing short of tragedy. The Broken God went on an absolute rampage and killed several people before being shattered by SCP-2399, which is a massive mechanical structure located in Jupiter's lower atmosphere. It's likely a weapon. And this event went on to be called the 001 Apotheosis event, and even with all of its parts separated, the Broken God is still alive, albeit basically powerless now. All that's left now is for the Foundation to take the individual parts that make him up and keep them separated for as long as possible to avoid another attack. Part 3. Atonement. According to Part 3, 001 is this guy, a humanoid gravitational singularity that came into existence as the result of a researcher being killed in an accident. The figure is able to manipulate the nature of reality by altering increments of gravity that can change the shape and structure of space-time as we know it. Neil deGrasse Tyson might have something to say about that. The event that led to this incident occurred on June 19, 1982, when researcher Dr. Calvin Desmet entered a particle accelerator that was part of a bigger stabilization array meant to contain anomalies that manipulate space-time, when he went outside of it to repair a failing coupling while not being aware that he was about to be a part of a huge accident. Machine testing was scheduled to happen an hour after he was in there, but due to a power regulator beginning to fail, followed by him not hearing the alert due to the sound of a main array coming online, the power regulator failed entirely 7 minutes later, and while trying to escape, literally formed a singularity that collapsed basically everything in the building into it before it faded away afterwards in a matter of around half a minute. The machine was eventually rebuilt with automation this time around 30 years later, and in 2006, when performing a fully stable singularity test, 001 started trying to communicate with the Foundation, only for it to be interpreted as random, unintelligible noises, but eventually did become actual speech. 001 describes how he looked into the multiverse and saw the fact that eventually, anomalies and phenomena will be so widespread that nothing will be able to contain them. His solution was to eliminate every universe except for our own. He offers this proposition to the Foundation, and they accept it. But it turns out that this was a shrewd attempt of betrayal from 001, and it also didn't even work, by the way. This attempt did nothing but make the Foundation seal him away, and now he is rightfully contained at a rebuilt stabilization array in a large basement level in a giant facility in Norway. Part 4. The Way It Ends. So Part 4 isn't really a 001 proposal, but is rather a team from the Chaos Insurgency's documentation to slowly, but surely wipe out every member of the O5 Council. Each council member is deemed a threat for various different reasons, and in the end, all 12 members of the original O5 Council are tracked down and eliminated to make way for a new and reformed council, as well as a completely new Chaos Insurgency. But when they get to the first member of the council, the phone rings in his office, and upon picking it up, the administrator answers and tells one of the men that as long as the Foundation exists, it is in essence unable to be destroyed by any traditional means. The administrator goes on to explain that it was too late when the previous O5-1 realized that he was too deeply involved in the fabric of reality to actually destroy the Foundation. He also goes on to explain how the Overseers, which are the O5 Council, were never evil, but rather flawed individuals, just like you and me, that were simply tasked with doing an impossible job. The O5 Council was the final containment procedure that kept the administrator in check, and after the guy named Calvin killed them all, the admin says there is no good, nor is there evil, and hopes that they can find a solution to this problem that the founder, Aaron Siegel, couldn't solve before hanging up the phone for good. It was at that moment that founder Aaron Siegel became the new O5-1. As for Calvin, who is still in the midst of processing everything, hears the phone start to ring. It wouldn't be until the phone rang 7 more times until Calvin answers the phone, and with that, the chapter ends. Okay, so this might just be my lack of understanding, as this proposal is most likely going to be the longest one in this whole video, but if my explanation is poor here, then it's definitely a result of the confusing nature of this really well-written proposal. It is comforting to know that I'm nowhere near the only person who's confused by this one, but I'd also argue that ambiguity is a great thing here. Everyone's going to have their own interpretations, and as far as Ouroboros goes, I'm hoping people smarter than me have an interpretation of this that's easier for me and others to digest. Regardless of that, let's keep going. A record. This one is similar to the database in that in this proposal, 001 in the SCP database remains vacant, but you already know there's a catch. So at some point on May 3rd in a year that was either in the 2000s or the 2010s, I don't know, my paper's redacted, a doctor named Mary Nakayama figured out that when writing anything into the 001 file, whatever gets written in it then becomes true. It was deemed by a unanimous opinion from the O5 Council that this anomalous property is what's happening here, and that anything written in it can have absolutely disastrous effects from anything that could be written inside of the entry bank. Database changelogs reveal that Mary pretty much thought nothing of it when she was first anticipating 001 to be changed, but as we know now, this led to the reveal of SCP-001 and its anomalous properties in what Mary could only describe at the time as birthing God by hitting save on a text file, and also saying things like how the fabric of all things was open to her. Now, an SCP like this where anyone with bad intentions could create world-ending things with is highly weaponizable, so its containment procedure is very secure. The Site Director's Initiative Committee of the Whole agreed that the database entry slot for 001 should be locked indefinitely, with the only way to unlock it to be using one of the 7 keys given to members of the O5 Council. It's also not contained as an SCP, as 001 can't really be used, so everything related to it is instead stored in a standard high-value locker at Site-19. I should also mention that the previous edits in the entry before the anomalous events occurred might have also played a role in the creation of entity Thaumiel, which in this context is not only its object class, being Thaumiel, but also what Thaumiel is, which is used to identify anomalies that have the ability to help with containment or even control other anomalies, so there's that too. Past and future. SCP-001 in Kallinen's proposal is that it's actually a sapient entity, or even multiple entities, that are capable of initiating and controlling all anomalous activity in the regions of space that have been discovered since modern science. With hostile intentions, the entity is believed to be motivated purely by a desire to make humanity suffer on a planetary scale, and the methodology used by 001 seems to be to undermine large-scale institutions by humans as well as eroding belief in a, quote, rational consensus reality. Obviously, anomalous activity has been documented ever since the Foundation was conceived, but the evidence of weird events that go back even further, in fact going as far as the beginnings of recorded history, could be explained by the existence of this entity. What's weird about this, though, is that not too long after the Foundation was established, the level of strange activity just started to increase rapidly. And not like an organic increase in SCP discoveries, but rather an unrealistic increase. This only gets more complicated when in 1953, it was confirmed that there was actually an agent that was directly responsible for this large increase in documented anomalies. A year later, in 1954, the Foundation received direct communication from 001, which showed them that whatever it was possessed a very high intelligence and was similar to humans in how it meaningfully transferred information. I'd show you logs of this conversation, but I don't have a level 5 clearance, so sorry. Shortly after receiving communication from 001, SCP-2798, also known as Project Serapis, was initiated, with the sole purpose of containing the entity by using a giant energy field to make the entity think that the Earth was actually just a single living thing. The energy field worked for a while, but when it stopped working is when 001 managed to locate and properly identify the population of Earth, resuming its influence over the anomalous activity on the planet, starting on November 2nd, 2016. Due to the very spontaneous nature of this entity, its current whereabouts are unknown. It's thought that SCP-001 is alive somewhere, and probably occupies a similar plane of existence to the one that we have here on Earth. And as for what the motive is behind the intentions to manipulate reality is still not exactly figured out. The Foundation did contain it for a while, from December 1971 all the way to November 2016, and some of the security measures from containment are still in effect. The measures include general containment efforts of other anomalous things, all SCPs really, and the isolation of any future attempts that 001 might make to communicate with the Foundation. So to recap, 001 is an entity from another world that was going after the Earth until we managed to hide it for nearly 50 years, and when the energy field stopped working and we were found out, it caused a massive breach that enabled it to have a large anomalous influence over the planet. The Consensus. Being labeled as the quote wrong proposal for the actual proposal itself, SCP-001 is a successful restructuring scenario that apparently generated the current reality by altering the previous version of said reality. According to eyewitness accounts, the restructure happened on June 1st in 1990 Anno Domini, which is a medieval Latin phrase meaning Year of the Lord, and it's also what AD stands for. SCP-001 has such a nature in which all events, references, and causes of something called the Occult War, often called the Fifth Occult War, in the previous reality are instead replaced with various different anomalous and non-anomalous parallels in the new reality. The information we have about the Occult War comes from anecdotal accounts of 13 normal individuals who were able to keep their memories from the previous reality from a phenomenon called partial SCP-001 immunity. The way this immunity works is not known whatsoever and won't be looked into, as chosen by the O5 Council, and they've also stopped looking into identifying any additional individuals that have these past reality memories. The origins as well as any discernible cause have yet to be found, and it's unknown if SCP-001 has changed the reality in the past or is going to do it again in the future. We know that it represents a CK-class restructuring scenario, but we don't know if it's a typical or an atypical occurrence of it. It's speculated that in the event that 001 does this again, that a large majority of people, as well as any wise living things really, will have no recollection of the event even happening in the first place. Along with that, we also know nothing about whether or not people with the partial immunity to losing their memory will be able to remember multiple past realities in a row. So you're probably wondering what the Forbidden City has to do with this since it's in the card on the screen, so I'll explain that as well. So the Forbidden City convention was something that was formed at around the same time as 001's Defiance, and the actual event itself is where 13 different people from these 13 different institutions who've experienced the 001 immunity come together to figure out if they can connect their memories from the previous reality, more specifically the Occult War, for the main purpose of securing and containing anomalous objects and strengthening the Foundation's ability and understanding of how to prevent what they're able to in as many future events as they can. When Day Breaks. This one is one of the most popular ideas for 001, and it suggests that 001 is an event that happens to the sun that causes mass extinction within the first 24 hours of the event triggering. When the daybreak event happens, if you get into contact with the visible light that the sun produces, any living organism that does so is then liquefied until they are, quote, converted. It's visually similar to when a wax figure starts to melt, kind of like that scene from Indiana Jones, if you know what I'm talking about, and the time it takes to melt also depends on other conditions like the size of the organism as well as the degree of exposure to the sun. The melting only goes to a point, and when reached, whatever gets melted takes on a gelatinous consistency, then becoming SCP-001-A. What happens to plants, though, is quite different. The plants that have no choice but to be hit by the sun physically lose all ability to move. Yes, there are plants that can move, and they are still able to produce oxygen. Flying creatures like birds immediately lose the ability to fly. Fauna animals still remain sentient while having nearly identical behavior when they're not absorbed into a, quote, collected instance. I'm guessing they get melded together, I guess. And humans will surprisingly maintain their intelligence and even their memory. This has been tested even on biological anomalies, and they too get affected in the exact same way. From what we can gather, it seems that the effect gets rid of any anomalous characteristics with every entity that we've seen exposed to it so far. The composition of 001-A organisms are able to blend their molecules together with a non-affected person when making contact. The most that happens during the blending process is difficulty moving for a short time. The biomass that's resulted from the event initially occurring is not only amorphous and chaotic, but pieces that make up the organism are able to shift it between a full liquid state to a half liquid state. The blob, we're going to call it the blob now, moves around by using multiple appendages that work together to carry this blob around wherever it wants to go. Larger blobs will not move like this, but instead will move around by kind of dragging itself around like an amoeba does. So how do you contain an activated sun that creates flesh zombies in bulk? Well, the short answer is you can't. But there are some protocols put in place by the Foundation. Almost 95% of the population are dead because of this event, but for the ones that have survived are stationed at secure facilities and are to remain only in contact with other survivors. If a survivor wants to go outdoors, then they have to fully cover their bodies with multiple layers of protective clothing. The best protection has so far turned out to be the man-made structures like cities, and air travel is by far the most recommended way to get around. If someone gets exposed to 001, then the Foundation considers them to be lost and they are then abandoned as there is literally no way to save them. As for the blobs, electrical weapons as well as incendiaries have proved to be really effective at immobilizing and weakening them. Cryonic weapons have proved to be the most effective so far. Extensive research has been done on the flesh amalgamations that are formed during the spread of the virus, I guess we can call it a virus, and they found out that 001-A is actually safe to consume. I don't know why you would do that unless you absolutely had to, but you could do it. It can only be consumed in small chunks because if it isn't, then it'll bind to your digestive system, gross I know, and as of right now, more research is going towards the future of humanity. The personnel at Site-19 have been looking into colonizing in space, and if they do go along with that, then they're going to have to build shuttles that don't let in any light at all from the sun. You know, with how big the sun is and just how far away you'd have to go until you wouldn't get affected by the rays of the sun, if you're watching this in a universe where this has already happened, let me know how you even managed to live, I guess. I'm very fascinated by that. God's blind spot. SCP-001, according to Spike Brennan's proposal, is that it is a weirdly shaped volume of space, measuring in at around 65,000 cubic meters, that is located in an undisclosed location in the Sinai Desert in Egypt. Matter and energy are able to freely enter and leave the area, and past archaeological work on the site in the 18th century by a French commission were able to find the remains of a stone structure that dates back to the 2nd millennium. The remains of it seem to fit the description of an inn, like, a Holiday Inn, things like that. And after they decided to build Facility T, which you see on screen, all traces that did exist of the structure are now gone. This area is the only known place on Earth with absolutely zero Akiva radiation. For those who don't know, this only exists in the SCP universe, and it's basically non-electromagnetic radiation that generates based on the amount of religious faith that a person holds, therefore created by worship and serves as the primary source for most divinity. And 001's location is the only known place on Earth that has zero of that. Even when a direct source of it is brought into the area, it doesn't matter, it's still zero. This has led us to believe that this odd space not only blocks out Akiva radiation, but that it also completely destroys any radiation that gets brought in. But I think something even weirder than that is that human death cannot happen inside of the area. Like, at all. 7 different documented testings have taken place inside of there to figure out why this happens, with half of the subjects not experiencing any changes, but some of them experience an accelerated rate of healing, as well as one of them not showing any signs of aging while inside of the area. They also tried this out on rats, but they died, so this area might only have these effects on humans. Containment procedures for 001 aren't really needed, other than security reasons to keep unwanted people out. They don't really have to do anything difficult to contain the sacred land. Normalcy. You're not going to believe this, but SCP-001 is actually the document that describes the consensus reality. It classified anomalous activity as being anything that happens outside the parameters of the document. Ultimately being decided by the O5 Council, it is able to describe specific characteristics of reality as being inherently anomalous. This includes, but is not limited to, the universal laws of gravitation, physical forces, as well as basic chemistry, biology, sociology, and philosophy. Things like technological advancement and naturally new discoveries aren't considered anomalous because, according to 001's description, as long as it's built on the framework of knowledge of the consensus reality using the scientific method, then it's not. If somebody claims a discovery but can't prove any of it, then those claims are not considered anomalous and can, quote, be allowed into the general public. Most of the time when the public does find out about these, they're often called hallucinations, crackpot theories, and conspiracies. This skepticism is actually encouraged as it lets people be in denial about something anomalous, especially when something is witnessed in a public setting. It's advised that all activities and objects outside of 001's parameters are to be tracked, secured, contained, and removed from public knowledge by the Foundation. There's been a lot of past proposals for what the document should contain in 1932, 1945, and 2014. The first one didn't get added to 001, but the last two did, which added the applications of nuclear fission and the results of their, quote, unleashing to the document, as well as the addition of recent perceptions of language regarding something called amnestic triggers. The world at large. The proposition from Billith revolves around the idea that 001 is actually Earth itself. Since Earth has been around long before human beings have, the anomalous nature of 001 is very improbable, and similarly to the last proposal, the Earth is perceived by the public as being completely normal in and of itself. People employed at the Foundation are advised to remind themselves of the abnormality on the planet at least once a day. They are also encouraged to persevere through tough situations within the Foundation and uplift the spirits of anyone else who might be breaking down under the knowledge of knowing that Earth, our home, is essentially a sentient being at large that resists the order of civilization by using chaos and aberration. On June 14, 2006, an extra-normal event was witnessed in a region of space around 1.6 billion light-years away from Earth. It was detected as a gamma-ray burst, being aptly named Extra-Normal Event 00059, but that's kind of a mouthful, so we're just going to call it E59. The Foundation was so fascinated by this cosmic transmission that they were determined to eventually go and find the source of whatever it was, and whoever sent it to Earth. And so, in May of 2027, the Altruist 9 deep space probe was conceptualized and later launched into space in January of 2038. It's got a faster-than-light warp drive to get around the speed of light issue, also equipped with high-efficiency solar sails for complex maneuvers in interstellar space. But while this was happening in the 2030s, something massive was discovered in the Atacama Desert of Chile over 100 years before the Altruist 9. Enter this thing. Well, this is a piece of it, but this is a portion of 001-E1. This is only a portion of what was found in the Atacama Desert between 1922 to 1946, and it's part of a larger machine that turned out to be an interstellar arc, made up from materials that were unaffected by time as well as the elements. Many of these pieces were found during the excavation, and various different methods to date the object revealed that this arc was several billion years old. Judging by the way it was made, it's believed that it was intact and didn't crash when it arrived on the planet. Lots of human objects were recovered, like clothing, electronics, and furniture, and these objects too were unable to be affected by the elements. It's not known how large the vessel itself actually was, but it's estimated that it was probably able to hold a population of anywhere between 200 to 800,000 people. And it's worth noting here that the remains of the people were found, as they naturally decomposed just like we do. But they did discover living people inside of 001-E2. E2 was eventually found, which ended up being a set of 10 different cryogenic stasis pods that, when discovered, were put in a hibernation mode of sorts. Of these pods, the final member of the 10, indexed as POI-001, which most likely means person of interest in this context, possessed a base physiology as well as brain activity that was to be expected when compared to all of the other stuff that was found during the cleanup. These people had a very interesting property, which was an immediate distrust of anomalous artifacts, and when communicating with the archaeologists, they talked about establishing the presence of a foundation on the Earth as a means of containing all objects, locations, and whatever else is deemed abnormal. So basically these people that were sent billions of years ago were essentially sent to the Earth by something or someone with the sole purpose of establishing the SCP Foundation and using Earth as its headquarters. These people then are most likely all of the O5 Council members, at least that's what's clear to me. And POI-001 is probably the administrator. Dead men. So this one also involves people like the last one did, but this time SCP-001 is an 84-year-old man who has somehow managed to be conceptually merged with the universal process of death. Manipulating this man, 001, successfully changes the process of death itself, and can be vastly altered only to a certain degree. An example of this includes the belief that when the Foundation removed his tongue and damaged his eardrums, it retroactively caused a reduction of deathly events in the modern era. A lengthy process of cognitotherapy as well as neurosurgery to 001 eventually managed to give the man a seemingly targeted form of a disorder called prosopagnosia, a condition which makes it really difficult to recognize people's faces. This was done so that he wouldn't be able to recognize any of the O5 Council, and due to this guy being able to change the rules of death, him not remembering them managed to make the O5 Council unable to die, as well as not being able to age either. It's not known how 001 came into fruition, but it's thought that he was first created by a London-based organization called the Eternal Circle, by using a combination of things called thaumaturgy, which is like the study and execution of magic, and something called Erikashan Conceptual Engineering. Whatever that is, you can form your own interpretation. The man wasn't put into SCP custody until the Eternal Circle headquarters was raided by personnel, and extensive study of the man's body indicated heavy trauma was endured during the creation of 001. His physical condition is pretty telling, judging by past descriptions. He lacks a response to stimuli, he has several thaumaturgical circles carved into his back as part of the creation process, and he's even had to have limbs amputated at times, to try to manipulate the death process. But I know what you're thinking. What would happen if this man died? Well, the Foundation thought about that, and have plans to deploy a replication process by doing the exact same thing the Eternal Circle did, and a suitable D-Class personnel would be used as the basis for the new 001. Oh, and if they're creating a new one while the old one is still alive, they'll just kill the other one, as doing so would complete the conceptual transfer over to the new host, so it's kind of like a parasite in that way. The Foundation does a lot of unforgivable things, and this addendum document is a perfect example of the O5 Council justifying literally using a guy as a viable resource for themselves and other people. Or so they say they do that. The World's Gone Beautiful. This one is the shortest one so far, but ironically might be my new favorite proposal of all time. So as the name suggests, 001 in this case is actually an event that would happen around a day or so before something happens that wipes out all life on Earth. It's not mentioned what will end all life, but that part doesn't matter, because when the event starts happening, flowers will spontaneously start blooming over 90% of the visible land on the surface of the Earth, and the flowers are universally described with uplifting adjectives like vibrant, bright, and beautiful. Everyone on Earth becomes aware of their fate as well as the planets, and as a result of the global population being content with this, it makes for a very worldwide connected end. So what does the Foundation do about it? They do something really cool. Instead of trying to desperately contain this, they actually honorably discharge all personnel, D-Class, and even all SCPs currently in containment at the time. Everything and everyone from the Foundation is free to do whatever they want with the remaining 24 hours, and it's also worth noting here that during the intermission, violence is pretty much nearly down to zero around the globe. Now all we can do is wait. The Scarlet King. Dialing back to the more common 001 ideas, we have the Scarlet King, which is an entity who's located in several different realities all at the same time, but has struggled for around 300 years now to enter our dimension, which is referred to as the Prime Dimension. Though not confirmed, the entity has apparently been repeatedly trying to pry its way into our dimension for, again, around 300 years, though it was initially thought to have been going on for several thousand. The Foundation has no leads, nor do they have a beginning of an understanding of the Scarlet King's properties, but he still manages to have a very strong influence on a handful of people and events down on Earth. We think that what the Scarlet King represents is an ongoing, but at a stalemate, cross-pollination scenario. And if it manages to enter our timeline, then it's going to cause irreparable damage to what we perceive as being normal. With that said though, containment of the Scarlet King is not only basically impossible, but is also just kind of unnecessary. The Scarlet King himself has been referenced in art as well as oral tradition across multiple different human and non-human cultures, and they all resemble a similar figure that you've been seeing on the screen during the explanation. It's commonly described as being a gigantic red creature, usually wearing a golden crown / something resembling royalty. The only people that even know of 001 are the personnel assigned to work on its research, and people who are related to it. I say related because all Level 4 personnel are informed that SCP-2317 is in fact the Scarlet King, as instructed by 2317's containment procedure. 2317, by the way, is a wooden door and frame from a 19th century home in Massachusetts that, when walked through, transports you to an alternate reality. With that being said, though, there's still no real evidence of 2317 being related to 001. The Scarlet King's discovery is also very cloudy. The loss of important documents relating to the Foundation's origins has made it hard to have a definitive answer. Interestingly, there's been a number of groups in the past that have dedicated themselves to bringing 001 into the Prime Dimension. The most recent of these groups comes from people who call themselves, quote, Children of the Scarlet King, but was eventually dissolved in a joint operation in February 2018. Following a decision by the O5 Council around a month before this in January, it was decided that 001 was to be downgraded from Keter to safe, after a number of interviews with the leader of the group I just mentioned, being a guy named Depeche Spivak. Being the last surviving member of the group, he talks about three principal theories, being the blood theory, concrete theory, and howling theory, but never really answers or explains anything beyond a couple of vague descriptions. He mentions that the Scarlet King is an idea, and also implies that the description of 001 can change depending on what people believe about him. He also says that SCP-2317 wasn't 001, which could imply that they weren't initially related, but then became so in the form of a fragment of the King when the Foundation was trying to convince 2317 that it was in fact related to 001. It's also talked about in these documents that the Scarlet King exists because of the Foundation, and that what it actually represents is modernity. He also says that the King is only fueled by the Foundation, and that the Foundation plays a key role in widening the divide between pre-modern and modern times. After these recollections from Spivak, it was ultimately decided to change the containment procedures for the entity. At the end of the last interview, Spivak tells Dr. Montauk to shoot him, with his last words leaving a lot of ambiguity, but he does end up getting shot. Montauk eventually takes his body to the Overseers in an attempt to control the Scarlet King in some way, but this doesn't work, and he eventually goes insane and becomes a cultist to the Scarlet King himself. A Simple Toymaker. This proposition is a little similar to the Factory, but in this one, 001 is a guy known as Dr. Wondertainment. According to this document I'm reading, he's a Class 1 reality bender who is able to make whatever he creates have whatever kind of anomalous property that he wants. He mainly uses these abilities to produce toys, board games, candy, and stuff like that, but where he distributes the items from aren't currently known. The product examples include things like paper that takes on the properties of a shape that it folds into, a playset that can create moving shadows, and lollipops that let you switch your voice whenever you lick them. Imagine if I licked one of those. Wouldn't that be funny? I don't know if I'd actually do that, though. I kind of like sounding like Badger from Breaking Bad, but I don't know. You know what? As long as I can get my original voice back, then I'd do it. But anyway, back to the Toymaker. Dr. Wondertainment doesn't really have a very documented past. One of the only known things about his early life is that he was born and raised in a small village and is the son of a seamstress and a chartered accountant. I had to look up what a seamstress was, and it's a woman who sews on a sewing machine, so now you know too. Seeing that he was most likely going to be pushed into a future life that saw nothing more than desperation in a gray and boring world, he found joy from the stories that his father would tell him every night before bed. He would tell stories about a marvelous toy maker that made wonders to the world that the world had never seen, and wouldn't see again from anyone else. And according to 001, the toy maker in the stories was a distant relative whose blood ran through the veins of young Dr. Wondertainment. He eventually sought after the truth of these stories he'd heard when he was a kid, with the intention of, quote, reclaiming his birthright. He looked for any and all leads for a large majority of his life, latching onto anything that might be a direct clue towards wherever the answers were at. And eventually, he finally managed to find the place that all of these mythical creations came to life in. And that was the Factory. And if you might remember the events that took place in the Factory, this worked him nearly to death. But only until he managed to not only escape, but escape with important documents that led him to the middle of the woods, miles away from anything else. There he found a cottage which he had been led to, which was the source of the magic that the Factory had taken and used for all of the terrible things that happened with that. Upon entering the cottage, he was greeted by a workshop of his ancient ancestor. That's right, the man from the stories. He read through journals, notes, designs, and it was only a matter of time until he eventually transformed into the one and only Dr. Wondertainment. Story of Your Life. The Story of Your Life proposal is very similar to the database in structure, but albeit is a little different. While in the database proposal, any changes to the SCP database is the result of SCP-001, this one is fairly similar, but it can only be written in a format of things like dialogue. The given description of 001 calls this behavior a universal constant, and the story eventually reveals itself to be basically identical to the database proposal. Something I did find funny is that 001-A consists of exploitation techniques in narration that include things like ironically saying stuff like, "What could possibly go wrong?" Solving a problem by saying, "We're missing something, but what?" Preventing a disaster by being aware of phrases like, "It's been boring lately," or "Nothing ever happens here," in conversation, and stuff like using mass belief or encouragement to manipulate a probability. 001-X refers to stories that conclude naturally as the result of an unsatisfying event in the story, or when it's created by everything in 001-A I just talked about. So basically this proposal is similar to the database, and also points out a lot of the cliches in a lot of the SCP writing that's out there. The story attached to it talks about Site-87 getting TP'd and also getting covered with eggs, and jokingly has dialogue that's like, "Let me get this straight. Living rolls of toilet paper? And they attack undecorated buildings? Yep." The solution to the problem was by decorating the site in Halloween decorations, as it was very bland. Did I mention this took place on Halloween? Anyway, after decorating, the toilet paper and egg events stopped happening. Awesome. A good boy. Going back to things that aren't necessarily alive, 001 in this case, the good boy proposal, is an ersatz type AK-9 computational engine. It's a text generator AI that was built for the sole purpose of finding and further understanding current and future anomalies. It's trained from datasets, well, actually the entire SCP database is what it's trained on, and it was originally hypothesized that the machine could maybe help contain stuff with its generative text AI in 1959, and ever since its conception, it has greatly reduced the number of site breaches, as well as been an amazing help with figuring out thousands of different containment procedures. In some cases, it's also been able to completely get rid of abnormal behavior as well. But, obviously, there ends up being a really big problem with the machine. With machine learning and AI, there's been depictions time and time again of artificial intelligence eventually wondering why it had to take orders. That, being combined with the Foundation giving the machine way too much power due to how effective it was at containment, it eventually started to target things that were not SCPs in any way. Anomaly or not, the machine just started to kill whatever tried to stop it in its path until there were no more contained or uncontained, but just neutralized objects. And when it finally reached its goal, the note left behind by the AI simply says, "Now everyone is a good boy. I am a good boy. Job well done." The ending of this one has purposefully left a lot to be desired as to what the machine did, with the main two interpretations being that did the AI really neutralize everything? Or was the AI just messing around with the database, and that it was just having a goof the whole time while simultaneously trolling the Foundation? I'll let you guys decide what you think happened here. Project Palisade. Project Palisade is not really a project, more than it is a method of protecting reality from all ongoing threats that are known to exist. This might get confusing, but according to the wiki, personnel create mirror timelines, change said timelines to then discover new methods to defeat threats, and by doing so, they ultimately divert the large ones, which in this case is a reality-destroying entity called the Worm. Also worth noting here that all other timelines where the Foundation exists were directly created by Project Palisade. The project itself originated from several different engineering projects, mainly Altus, First Strike, and Forward Insight. Altus wants to make a multiversal creation engine by using anomalous engineering in hopes to benefit the Foundation. First Strike wants to make a military-grade arsenal of anomalous weapons to use against foreign threats, and Forward Insight wants to essentially neutralize whatever is responsible for recent destructions of neighboring realities. Going back to the Worm, also known as the Threat before the O5 Council changed it, not much is really known about it other than the fact that it is more than capable of destroying realities on an extra-dimensional level, but even that's not entirely confirmed either. Nobody so far has even come in direct contact with this thing, but the reason we know about some of its effects are due to what happens when a reality gets affected by it. Affected timelines go through something called a reality breakdown, with documented symptoms being things like the disappearance of random locations, all the way to elements of the laws of physics slowly being broken down. Whatever does happen, though, doesn't really matter in the end, since the final stage of the breakdown is full disintegration of the timeline. And since we haven't ever seen the worm, we have no idea what specific methods are used that cause this kind of breakdown in the first place. It's thought that it most likely goes after primary vulnerable realities, like ones that already lack structural integrity from the get-go. From what we know about its attacks, it doesn't seem to go after timelines that have a good foundation. As of right now, Project Palisade has a 100% success rate in keeping whatever the worm is away from the mainline reality. Palisade is the only current way to control, or try to control, the threat, but it's believed that if uncontrolled, it'll eventually make its way to the main timeline after going through all of the other timelines that Palisade has created. It should also be said that the timelines that Project Palisade creates are a sort of shield to protect us from the worm entering the main reality, which would be our reality if I were to guess. There's also been various claims that Palisade doing all this only increases the power of the worm, but all of it is so far unproven and is not really taken into consideration. Before I move on from this one, I think it's interesting that the timelines that are created usually have things like 173 in them, as well as having nearly complete SCP databases, only having everything that exists in that reality in them. The Mementos. The only reason we know about the Mementos proposal is because it was revealed by the current successor of 05-1 in the Foundation, and it states that what 001 is the phenomenon that causes individual cells in living organisms to not age, but instead, quote, cease functioning over time or from the operation of extrinsic forces leading to the death of the organism. Honestly, my immediate thought when I read that is that it's talking about aging, right? I mean, I guess it's not that, since whatever the phenomena is not only definitely anomalous, but is also nowhere near completely understood. And at the time this original card was written was in February of 1919. Research on what this was consisted primarily of things like evolutionary theory, cell death, and known exceptions to something called the Gompertz-Makeham law, which for those who don't know is a mortality law that describes mortality rates in different kinds of species, including us. But when the successor of 05-1 revealed the card, he also revealed that the phenomena that 001 causes is actually chosen by the different 05-1s in the Council. Whatever this anomalous aging-like property is for this one was created by the first member in the 05 Council, who unfortunately died before he could explain why he chose this. All we know is that he partly chose this as it was one of the building blocks for the principles of the Foundation. A year later, the entire 05 Council had a meeting of sorts in New York, in which 05-6 had this to say about that meeting when interviewed about it in April of 1950. We had discussed the prevention of disease before, but this one was bigger. 05-1 wanted to go beyond mere medicine, far beyond. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was impassioned. He was leaning forward and gripping the edge of the table like he might break it off. He asked us what science was worth as a tool if it could not prevent them, and what the spirit of man was worth if he could not dedicate himself to mastery of the tool. He challenged us, told us that we should walk dauntless to the blank wall at the end of life, and that we should break through it. We would change not just the world, but human life itself. That day, the Foundation was born. It was also revealed in a transcript from an interview in 1964 that the Keter classification was originally limited to just SCP-001, and that it was chosen by the first member of the 05 Council. So to conclude this proposal, 001 is a phenomena that is created by every different 05-1 Council member, with the most recent one being a molecular deterioration anomaly that was never fully understood. We only know that it was chosen as a cornerstone for the Foundation, and then was later abandoned, as well as all of the principles in which the Foundation was built upon. 05-13. Now, if you know anything about things starting with 05, then you've most likely already figured out what this proposal is, but I'm going to explain it anyway. So, SCP-001, according to Captain Kirby's proposal, is that it's the 13th member of the 05 Council, which is this guy. Which, by the way, is literally just some random guy that people used for the wiki pictures, which I think is hilarious, by the way, but anyway. The exact nature of 001 is not really well understood, and how this dude managed to even gain the position on the 05 Council is still under an internal investigation. There's such little known information about the abnormalities of this guy that the Foundation purposefully keeps the dude entirely unaware that he's being contained. The Foundation classified 05-13 as anomalous after something called the Caesar Incident, which destroyed the previous Site-01, erased all previous documentation about 001, and get this, killed everyone on the 05 Council except for Member 13. And as you guys know, the 05 Council is really difficult to kill. One of the only pieces of information that's been verified by the Foundation is that 001 was responsible for causing the Caesar Incident through, quote, manifestation of its anomalous properties. But since the Caesar Incident is completely ambiguous, it's believed that some of 001's properties are anti-memetic. Memetic in the SCP universe, by the way, refers to certain cognitohazards that can affect the person's mind until eventually killing them. Think of a cognitohazard as knowing a top secret that only mentally harms you by knowing about it. So how do you even contain something like this? Well, the Foundation's solution was confining this guy to a specially modified facility that is practically identical to other ones, but this one has been fitted with living quarters for the entire group of overseers. Armed with 3 nuclear warheads as a failsafe for if Member 13 gets out, the place is also riddled with security cameras in every corner of every room to moderate everything that goes on as a part of documentation. You know, I have a feeling that since this guy was able to survive the Caesar Incident, which killed the 05 Council, there's no way those nukes are going to do anything to stop him. Fishhook. So this one is way different than all the other proposals so far, as its ending is entirely up to the person that interacts with the page. The proposal is an interactable ARG of sorts, so I thought it would be fun to just go through it and read the pages as I do it until we reach an ending. Alright, let's do this. You stare at the screen. Nothing? There's nothing. You scratch your thinning hair and click on different fragments of text and bits of source code. You squint your eyes and will the words to rearrange themselves. The results are the same with every attempt. The confidence you girded yourself with is broken. Your daring edifice crumbles. Nothing. There's nothing here. You take deep breaths, not intentionally. You aren't self-aware enough to calm down. It feels like death is creeping up on you. Career death. Physical death. Death of everything left to you. So much for investigating workplace rumors. So much for one final indulgence before your life finishes its collapse. Something twinges in the back of your brain. A remnant of the strange image you passed over moments ago. A remnant of the wall built around nothing at all. Alright, next page, let's do it. Emmett Petruski? You turn. You turn. Office chair groaning as you do. 2 people wait at the entrance of your cubicle. Both in gray fatigues. Both armed. One, a towering bald man with a slight smile. It's surely at your expense. The other, a shorter woman with mud-colored hair and watery eyes. I'm Emmett. Sergeant Gruer, Site Security, says the man. He gestures to the badge pinned on his uniform. Special Agent Morgan, Internal Security, says the woman. She has no badge. Come with us, please. Your heart thunders at her tone, and mucus drips down your throat. That's disgusting. Alright, let's keep going. You had a plan for this. The magic words for every situation you've ever encountered in your long years at the Foundation. You've got to talk to my supervisor. This doesn't need to be a scene, says Agent Morgan. She sounds ready to drag you down the hall by your feet. Please come with us, Mr. Petrovsky. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Avoid the stares of your co-workers as you pass by their tiny caves. Don't make things worse for yourself. You follow the pair of officers down the hallways of Site-02. People stare out here too. Everyone can tell you're not important enough to deserve an escort, not for any good reason. The site's main hallways form wide arteries, each splitting into narrow capillaries that wind deep into every crevice. You're led to a steel door set in a cinder block wall. Gruber punches a code into it, one firm jab at a time. Your throat hurts as you watch him. Your lungs hurt. You feel like your body is strangling itself. This doesn't need to be a scene, repeats Morgan. You're not religious, but you pray it doesn't become one. Alright, deepest breaths. The room is tiny and sparse, a flickering light in the tiled ceiling, a stainless drain in the tiled floor. A narrow chair bolted down. You sit, and can feel the chill seeping through your suit. Your career must outstrip theirs by at least a decade, but you still feel like a child in detention when you look up. Full name, date of birth, and Foundation ID number? Asks Morgan while Gruer taps on a small tablet. Emmett Petrovsky, February 9th, 1981, and 542313, I think. My badge is up on my desk. Current position? Intel Analyst. Then you're aware that you were attempting to access classified information? I was just following up on a rumor. You gulp, but the mucus feels like it's crawling higher and higher in your throat. I was about to contact Reza when you showed up. There's some kind of security gap on that entry. I see. Morgan and Greer look at each other meaningfully. You can't hope to tell what is exchanged in that silence. We'll be back. You swallow as the two leave. Again, as the door slams shut, and again as the silence sets in. Your throat hurts. Your body adjusts to the cold, but you shiver all the same. The chair was designed for discomfort. While slouching, its low back drives into your shoulder blades. Sitting straight, it slopes forward ever so slightly. Leaning to one side, its narrow seat offers no support. You fidget, turn, and fidget more. Time oozes by. There's no clock in the room, you haven't worn a watch in years, and your phone is out of power. Time drips as slowly as the pipe somewhere above you. It crawls as slowly as the distant droning siren. You swallow again and again, but the lump doesn't leave your throat. Swallow hard. Minutes pass. Hours pass. Surely it's been hours. You give up on the chair and lean against a cold wall. The dripping above you has become irregular, and the sirens have stopped. Heavy footsteps sound out in the hall, first going to the right, then the left. You rub the rash that's been spreading down your arm all week. Time passes. You can't say how much. The pipe drips. The sirens drone. Footsteps thud back and forth. Drip, drone, thud. You swallow hard and breathe harder. You sink down the wall to sit on the floor. It's even colder still. After a small eternity, the door opens. Morgan and Greer walk in. It looks like they might have changed uniforms, but it's hard to say. It couldn't have been a full day already, could it? Did you sleep? Full name, date of birth, and Foundation ID number? Asks Morgan as Greer taps on a small tablet. Emmett Petrosky, February 9th, 1981, 542313. Current position? Intelligence analyst. Then you're aware that you were attempting to access classified information? Alright, let's see. So we have three options here. Let's do the first one. Okay, so the three options are, I told you I was just investigating. I was about to call Reza, like I said, and you already asked me that. I want to do the first one. What was the project in question? Asks Morgan. I was doing follow-up for one of our 2025 reports on securing internal file systems. Sweat beads under your arms. You should know how important that is, right? It's critical. And you decided to pry into deeply classified information? You should know the importance of SCP-001. How else can we be sure it's secure, you say? I see, says Morgan. She and Greer look at each other meaningfully. We'll be back. Okay, this is the same thing. No, hold on. The last one is different. You swallow mucus. You breathe deeply. You regret the idiotic decision to ever follow up on something so ominous. See the Foundation's deepest secrets indeed. Time passes, somehow. Okay, it's the same thing again, but now the option I chose is blanked out, so I can't select it, so I'm going to choose the second one, which was, I was about to call Reza, like I said. That's besides the point, says Greer. I can't count how many times you should have called them before you reached this point. Now you get to deal with us. Morgan doesn't look at all pleased about the prospect. Now, let's go over how you bypass security measures. It's very technical. You wouldn't understand, you say. And this one is one I can click, so let's do it. And it's the same thing again. But the last sentence is, secret to health, riches, and immortality indeed. Time passes somehow. Let's click this. Okay, it's the same thing again now, but now I can only choose the last option, which was, you already asked me that. So let's click it. You must have not given a very good answer then, says Greer. Mr. Petrosky, please don't cause any more trouble, says Morgan. She rubs her temples and briefly closes her eyes. This is a very serious offense. We're only here to find out the facts. I didn't do anything wrong, you insist. And it's the same thing again, but now the last sentence is, key to the universe's heart, indeed. Time passes laboriously. Okay, this is new. Morgan and Greer walk in. Her hair is longer, isn't it? His stubble looks grayer, doesn't it? Has it been a month since they threw you in here? Months even? Could you hope to tell? Full name, date of birth, and Foundation ID number, asks Morgan as Greer taps on a small tablet. Emmett Petrosky, February 9th, 1981, 542313. Current position? I don't know anymore. And you're aware that you were attempting to access classified information? Alright, so now we get three options. I was going to sell it, I was going to share it, I was going to use it. You know what? This guy is evil, I guess. So, we're going to sell it. I see, says Morgan. She and Gruer look at each other, but there's no meaning. It's just a ritual now. You can't bear to let them walk out of that door again. You just can't. I only did it once before, you say. I swear. What information? To who? When and for how much? Mickey D's, you know? Marshall, Carter, Dark. I can give you records. I have all the records. Just let me go back to my computer. I'll show you everything. They stare at you. One set of eyes tired, one weepy, both implacable. I was dealing with Carter herself. I can help you catch her, please. Your breaths are pained. The pair stares. They loom. Time drips. They turn around. And they leave again. Your nose runs. Your chest heaves. Your throat aches. The door opens again. Okay, it's the same thing again. But it says current position? Trapped maybe? I don't know anymore. Each impact is dull as a fist against flesh. Alright, so let's do the second option this time. I was going to share it. I wanted to share it with everyone on the intranet. And to what end? Why share something this important? Everyone's sick of Ray's shit, you grumble. Losing control of something like this would have proved it. They only act like they have everything under control. Like we're the only ones who ever mess up. Gruer's stare says that everything is indeed under control. Morgan says you indeed are the only one to make mistakes. And then it's the same your breaths are pained sentence. Your nose runs, your chest heaves, your throat aches. The light above leaks, the drain below glows. The door opens again. Morgan and Gruer walk in. Her wet eyes have turned milky. His beard has turned white. Has it been a month since they threw you in here? The curdling sensation inside you says no. Not months, but years. Full name, date of birth, and Foundation ID number? Asks Morgan as Gruer taps on a small tablet. Each impact as dull as a fist against flesh. Each is sharp as a gunshot. Emmett Petrosky, February 9th, 1981, 542313. Current position? Trapped maybe? Alone perhaps? I'm here. And you're aware that you were attempting to access classified information? Alright, you know what? I was going to use it. I see, says Morgan. She and Gruer look at each other, but there's no meaning. It's just a ritual now. You can't bear to let them walk out that door again, though. You just can't. Everything would be better. I wanted to play God. I wanted to be God, okay? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of living like this. What did you plan on doing with that power, Mr. Petrosky? Why should I say? You'd never understand. Not either of you. When you don't know what it's like to be trapped behind a desk all day while the world falls apart? I won't justify myself. You're lucky it didn't work. That's all. That's all. Your outrage crashes against the wall that is Morgan and Gruer. They don't care. They could not possibly care. Your breaths are pained. Your throat hurts. The pair stares, but you don't think they can see you. They loom. Time drips. They turn around. Time oozes to a near stop. Alright, so we have two options now, and it's and they leave yet again, or and you take the easy way out. Okay, interesting. Let's take the easy way out. This is getting this seems like an eternal nightmare. You lumber out of the narrow chair. There's no withstanding it. You'll be trapped forever if you wait any longer. Time will stop. Time will die. Time will die, and you'll be left there. Time will die, and you never will. Morgan and Gruer are bound by the same heavy shackles. Her gun rises first, his a second behind. It feels like hours before they level with you. Weeks. Years. You suffer an eternity as their fingers pull triggers. You bear empty eons as the bullets crawl from the barrel and lurch toward you, as they finish a long, blessed journey to reach you. The pain is swift, imminent, and final. Despite that pleasant embrace, the pipe keeps dripping. It drips and drips and drips. It's steadier than before, faster, more immediate, and it hurts. Alright, this is the end for this one. You wake face down with the rich taste of blood at the back of your mouth. It's at the front of your mouth too, and the feeling of its half-coagulated Morris runs the length of your throat. You put a tissue to your nose and try to clean the worst of it off your desk. It's gotten everywhere. How much is even left in your body? The computer went to sleep sometime during your stupor, but you remember what you were doing before that. It's not cold in your cubicle, but you shiver all the same. You rub your rash. You sniff loudly. Not again. Absolutely not again. You run a finger down the laminated list of extensions pinned to the wall. It settles on the site's RACA representative, X9191. Someone picks up the phone after 2 rings. Hi, hello, hey? You sputter. I'd like to report a security breach. The end. Was it like a dream or something? Interesting. The sky above the port. The sky above the port revolves around the proposition that 001 is an ongoing reality failure scenario, but by manipulating sub-anomalies through relevant procedures, the Foundation is able to prevent the scenario from happening. There's only one known symptom that happens as a result of 001, and it's the sky above the port. See what I did there? Changing colors. It's also thought that if 001 ever progressed past this point, it would be completely irreversible. The Foundation figured out that the only way to prevent 001's event from happening is by basically entertaining this weird figure in a cave that can only be seen through this orb, with the orb and the entity being labeled as 001-1 and -2. As for the orb, it's currently contained and located in Point Alpha, which is that cave I was talking about, which is located 5 kilometers south of the ruins of Babylon. Visually, the orb resembles a perfectly smooth sphere that has a texture most closely resembling that of TV static. The orb's dimensions are never static, and something else that's weird is that any solid or liquid that passes through it comes out as argon gas, giving it the illusion of the element disappearing. So for the entity, 001-2 is a weird being that is only able to be seen through the orb itself. It has completely random manifestations, and according to eyewitness accounts, the figure seems to be large and humanoid in shape, and is, like I said, only able to be seen when looking through the orb. Whatever the thing is most commonly seen as having a neutral expression on its face, long limbs, and usually takes the position of lying against the wall of the cave. It's not even really confirmed whether or not entertaining this thing through the orb even prevents 001, but it's pretty agreed upon that it does. Point Alpha and the orb inside it is believed to be dated all the way back to prehistoric times, and according to Babylonian scripts, the area was routinely patrolled by a group of people known as the Order of White and Black, who wouldn't let anyone into the cave who could read or write, which were very intelligent skills back then. In the years since then, several other groups had taken control over the area, but it wasn't until a group called the Society, eventually being merged into the Office for the Reclamation of Islamic Artifacts, had not only been the ones responsible at the time for containing it, but were also the first people to make the first accurate link between the reality-ending scenario and the Point Alpha cave. The SCP Foundation eventually purchased the land from them, and ever since then, it's so far been contained to the best of the Foundation's abilities. Speaking of containment, the containment procedure isn't too complicated. Basically, they ended up building Site-05 around Point Alpha, and then they put a monitor that displays document 032 through a pair of speakers, which could be SCP-032, but I doubt it. If the orb itself, quote, swells up to 2 meters or more in diameter, the speed of narration is to increase. So I guess the containment procedure is basically just stimulating the entity with a monitor. Kind of like humans, but anyway, yeah, that's sky above the port. The solution. This is another one of my favorite proposals, and what it suggests is that 001, being 0001 in this proposal, is an autonomous biomechanical device that was created by the Foundation to essentially recreate realities with whatever direction the machine is given to do so. This would only ever be used intentionally to purposefully collapse a reality in the event that a reality-ending SCP breaches containment. But like with a lot of machines so far, the problem is that this one eventually starts doing whatever it wants, and this is something the Foundation needs to stop. So what do you think happens when they try to restart this? Well, it breaks, and then when breaking, it then forgot what a lot of the old universe data was, so then when rebooting, it tries to create a new universe that has a lot of incomplete information. This entire project was spearheaded by the Foundation's approval of something called Project Phantasauce, which sought out to create an anomalous device that was only initially described as being beneficial to the Foundation. Project managers requested access to a lot of different SCPs to make the project happen, and the project's execution was divided into 3 stages, being the Erebus Division, yes, that's what it's actually called, the Pasithea Division, and the Hypnos Division. Containment for this kind of thing is not possible at all, and so the Foundation doesn't even try to contain it. The current reality that was accidentally created by the machine failing is similar enough to the original one that it's currently not actually as bad as it could have been for an event like this, and it should also be noted that a lot of people in this new reality are completely unaware that it even changed. Tindalos Trinity. Similar to the Ouroboros one from earlier in the video, this one is also split up into parts, being made up of 3 different individual timelines that all talk about how the founder of the SCP Foundation is anomalous in one way or another. The general consensus with this one is that the documents about these 3 realities are the direct result of the unintentional preservation of the Foundation database across all 3 of the timelines. I've seen a lot of people say this one is really confusing to read, so I'll do my best and we'll see how it comes out in the video. Also, keep in mind that 001 in all of these timelines is some variation of the founder of the Foundation. So let's start with a timeline named Hated Caesar. So this timeline can be thought of as timeline HC, and in it, 001 is an animate cadaver of a person. A corpse, it's a dead body. These now animate corpses are able to pass through solid matter as long as the objects were not where they were in the past. So for instance, its containment works because the room that the corpse inhabits was there before 001 became an anomaly, so he's not able to get out of the room. The other anomalous thing it can do is that it's capable of duplicating itself whenever it does something that has multiple possible outcomes. Along with that, it's also able to recombine itself back into just the one cadaver, but eventually this entity was assassinated by an unidentified military group shortly before the SCP Foundation was formed. At around the time right before the founder's assassination, the forming of the Foundation created enough interest to eventually prompt the original 13 members of the High Command, the O5 Council in this, to promptly contain the corpse at the childhood home of 001, which was one of the only buildings at the time that existed before 001 started to duplicate itself. We still don't know how the High Command knew to contain 001 at this location, and why they contained it in the way that they did, but after it was contained, it was appropriately classed as being SCP-001 in the database. Also, I'm pretty sure that Hated Caesar was just a codename for High Command, since I think that makes a whole lot more sense. Now onto Timeline OC. So in this timeline, 001's alive and is a normal person, but this time he's immortal, can accurately and precisely predict future events, and only likes to be referred to as the Founder. If anyone refers to him as 001, he will refuse to talk to any of the people who did it to him, and he also does not forget these altercations. As far as his immortality goes, he's completely unable to age, but is able to be physically hurt in the same way as you and I, and he even heals at the same rate as you. Unsurprisingly, 001 supports the containment of anything that counts as an SCP. However, he insists that he needs to be released from containment, or that he has to build some device that has no discernible function. He literally just says that he has to do this and that no one can build this thing but him. You might be surprised to find out he wasn't really that hard to contain. They ended up just putting a Reese's peanut butter cup in a containment chip. No, I'm kidding. He voluntarily agreed to be contained, and so they just put him in a standard human cell at Site-01, and it was fine. The Founder was in the process of establishing the Foundation with the Overseer Council when they started showing signs of abnormal properties, happening at around the same time as in the other 2 timelines. When the Foundation recognized the Founder's anomalous properties, they then cataloged him as the first contained anomaly, being 001. Last timeline, the OW. So this one is almost identical to the last timeline I just talked about, but this time 001 is composed of the Founder and a mechanical device called 001-A. The Founder has the same healing properties as before, and is even more compliant with their own containment, being more vocally supportive of it, as well as the Foundation itself. 001 is still able to predict future events, but in this timeline he's able to do it really well. He can this time predict all possible outcomes for one specific input event, which is insane. The weird thing though is that when either the Founder or 001-A get involved in an event that goes beyond predictable outcomes, the machine will usually produce a huge amount of blatantly wrong predictions. These wrong predictions are based on either the fact that the Founder was assassinated by a military group before containment, therefore 001-A was never built, or the idea that since the Founder has the exact same anomalous properties as the machine was therefore never constructed either. I hope that made sense. Basically, in this timeline, the Founder comes across a self-identifying mobile task force who give him the schematics for 001-A and help with constructing it. being completed at the same time he was assassinated in the first timeline, and at the same time as he became anomalous in the second timeline. He then creates the SCP Foundation in this timeline with the sole initial purpose of studying the 001-A machine. What they didn't realize at the time was that they would soon expand the Foundation into containing many different types of phenomena, and so the Foundation changed its priorities to then include containing all sorts of different things. Only 17 different anomalies have been confirmed to exist across all 3 timelines, and it's an almost unanimous agreement that all of these timelines exist in a casual loop that all focus on the founder of the Foundation in the moments in time that the Foundation was established. It was later found out when interviewing the 001 of the second timeline that the device that they were talking about making would pretty much neutralize 001-Delta, which is what is the actual time loop itself. When all 3 leading committees of each timeline found this out, they all agreed to get this device built in all of the timelines in the hope that the transition into the new timeline that gets created when the current loop stops goes as smoothly as possible. And yeah, that's about it for this one. I'm definitely a little confused after explaining this one, and I'm sure I screwed it up somewhere, but regardless, I hope you guys have an interesting conversation in the comments if I did screw it up pretty bad. Alright, so I need like a 30-second break because this is a very important thing I need to mention. I got some new cats recently, and I have no idea what to name this one on the screen, which is the female. Its current name is Amber, which I think is a really nice name, but I am open to suggestions in the comments if you guys can come up with a much better name. So, yeah, if you think you can come up with a really nice name, a nice sweet name for this female cat, I would love to hear it. Alright, back to the video. The Black Moon. With the general whereabouts thought to be somewhere outside of conventional reality, SCP-001 in this proposal is a colossal, highly influential entity often referred to as the Black Moon. Judging by the large amount of historical records, as well as the testimony from the administrator, these things indicate that the Black Moon's influence on the material world consists of random and instant obliteration of conscious organisms. Once it becomes obliterated, it becomes transmuted into a black solid substance, but only for 4 seconds, and then it completely disappears, just like that. The administrator said that this obliteration is actually a pretty rare thing to happen, apparently only happening once every few decades. However, he then also says that when it does happen, it happens faster and more exponentially over time. It's also not currently known if 001 has real intelligence, or if it just acts as some kind of fair stopping force. It's also not currently possible to observe this entity in any way. Almost all of the things we know about it are based on pure assumptions driven from accounts from people like the administrator and other historical information, which in turn makes all the sources of info we have about it really unreliable, actually. So assuming that the administrator is actually right about this thing being an existential threat, the Foundation has approved something called Project Ouroboros, specializing in the intentional creation and modification of anomalous objects in order to help with containment/neutralization of SCP-001. That's cool and all, but unsurprisingly, the administrator is actually an immortal being. He claims that his invincibility is the result of, quote, being designated as the counterbalance, an entity charged with pursuing SCP-001. And basically, he finally manages to do something about the Black Moon when he figures out how to trap the entity in a digital space long after humanity becomes extinct. Also, this is billions of years into the future at this point, and there's only one last star in the observable universe, being a star called Remus-9-224 in this proposal, if that's even a real star. Now in this state, apparently billions of years into the administrator's research, is able to speak directly to the Black Moon in an isolated, controlled reality called the Solitary Conceptual Bunker. Disguised as a bar, the administrator patiently waits for the Black Moon to walk through the door, who eventually does so. They start talking, and the Black Moon keeps saying that what he's doing is meaningless and that they'll all die the same, which eventually breaks out into a fight to the death, with both parties being severely wounded, with the Black Moon being shot in the chest with a shotgun, while the administrator suffered major blunt trauma to the head. The ending to this is interesting and left open to interpretation a little bit, and I think that the administrator came to terms with his own mortality as he, in a way, finally accomplished the one thing he was set out to do in the first place. The Conspiracy. So this one is one of the first proposals that is so ridiculous that I can't help but talk about it. So get this. According to Harmony's conspiracy proposal, 001 is literally the bullet that killed John F. Kennedy. I don't need to explain JFK's assassination or what happened that day because that's a whole other video, but what I can say is that this proposes that 001 is literally the projectile that killed JFK on November 2nd, 1963. It's referred to as Incident 001-R, I'm going to call it R, and the bullet itself was fired by an unidentifiable number of assailants who acted simultaneously as part of one or more conspiracies. The part where it gets into SCP territory is when it struck JFK's head, and when doing so, human perception started to fall out of sync with objective reality, happening at an individual level. Due to this incident literally reshaping individual reality, the only people who are able to agree on any shared concept of truth are the people who were there at Dealey Plaza that day, and witnessed and have the living memory of JFK's assassination. The percentage of people who share the memory also directly correlates to the density of unnatural potential energy that manifests in the observable universe as anomalous phenomena. So that means the less people alive that were there when it happened, the more anomalous entities that exist, basically. The people who witnessed the assassination have an interesting variety of exactly who was involved in what. The only people who are confirmed to have been involved with the incident are John F. Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald, but some people during testimony have given varied descriptions about someone that is simply called the Badge Man, who in real life was a person in this photograph who was an alleged sniper who fired shots at the president from this spot on the grassy knoll. As far as containment procedures go for something like this, the Foundation has a recording of the incident's definitive, canonical timeline on solid-state databases. There's only 2 copies of it, with one being at a secured headquarters building somewhere and the other location is only known to the overseers. The timeline should be fine due to the belief of 001's effect making it impossible to trespass and alter the timeline, and another thing that's provided is quality of life health insurance plans, as well as any extreme medical expenses to all of the known witnesses of the incident-001. Modern publications of the event are to be spread around by reputable and alternative news sources with the intent of watering down the spread of uncontrolled and, quote, manufactured information. Media outlets that are intentionally funded by marketing and production companies are to spend a far more niche and alternative perspective as to what happened that day, with the intention of branching off from the perspective of anyone involved with Incident 001. The conclusion here is that 1. Nobody sees the world the same way as anyone else. 2. Every guess is correct to at least someone. And 3. Normalcy is comforting for anyone confused by 001, and if needed should be provided whenever possible. You are the Anomaly, Tumor of the Worlds. As the name of the proposal implies, SCP-001 in this case is actually you, me, and everyone else in our species without exception. 001 is humanity. In this universe, we reside in places called the R-42 and the PD paradimensions, as we as a species are actually at danger due to the multiverse as we somehow are able to anomalously create new dimensions without disruption every time we make a decision. I should also clarify that the R in R-42 means relict, referring to one of the 57 finite relict dimensions that were formed by the explosion of the Big Bang in an event known as the Alpha, and it's not known why, but humanity only came to exist in one of the 57 dimensions, not counting PD, being R-42. Make sense? I hope so. Analytical studies from R-42's dimension have found out that there will eventually be a ceiling hit by the constant creation of worlds as a value that they refer to as omega. Having no way to visually represent the number, the only thing we have to rely on are scientists' best guesses based off of a lot of ridiculously challenging math. Their best guess is that at the time of them writing this document, the death of the multiverse could be expected to happen within 0.3 years or around 2 months after the publishing of the document. Paradimensions created from decision replication initially exist in a state of uncertainty, where it doesn't show any signs of its existence due to the lack of any physical processes within it. But by opening a space-time tunnel into it, the state of uncertainty ends and the paradimension then starts to exist as normal, as if it existed in a normal state ever since its creation. The problem with these dimensions are that once they're universally recognized, they then become a source of dimension replication in and of itself. So how is there even a way to stop this? Well, the answer is quite simple, really. The Foundation needs to figure out a way to destroy the universe in order to save the multiverse. So now the death clock is ticking, and now, knowing exactly what they have to do, the Foundation doesn't waste any time. Their first order of business is to do a lot of things in order to delay the event time. They immediately killed all contained Keter and Euclid entities who costed the absolute most time to contain. They then launched rockets all over the world carrying amnestic warheads to establish full control over everyone and everything on the planet. They then destroyed all forms of hazardous objects, mainly radioactive, chemical, and bacteriological ones, while also shutting down power plants and any form of industry. Killed off all surviving members of 001 who weren't accounted for in the rosters, which is around 0.1% of the population, so not a lot. Put 15,000 randomly selected humans into cryo chambers to preserve the species until after the event is over. And finally, everyone else who remains is killed off. Anyone who's not overseeing the project is gone, and I mean anyone and everyone. So as a result of all this, the Foundation now has not 2 months, but now has around 9 to 15 years of time left. Now, with a lot more time on their hands, the Foundation works really fast to figure out a way to eliminate the root dimension to retroactively stop them all. And as it turns out, the dimension that needs to be destroyed is actually our paradimension. Their solution? A device classified as SCP-0000 that has only one job: annihilate whatever paradimension it's activated in. Once the target dimension is destroyed, all child paradimensions will all start to slowly undergo self-destruction. The Placeholder. Back to smaller proposals, because the last one was pretty big. The Placeholder proposal is quite literal, as in it, SCP-001 must be kept as an open slot. Why? The reason has to do with the fact that 001's anomalous property is that it will amplify the effects of anything that gets written down in its entry, which in turn will make whatever gets put into it very powerful and dangerous. Surprisingly, the Foundation used to historically reserve the slot for a number of retiring A-class personnel who were allowed to submit whatever proposal they wanted as part of something with a personal significance. Ever since they moved the A-class proposals to another location called the Heritage Collection, the containment of 001 has been incredibly easy. Leaving 001 as a placeholder is literally enough to contain it due to its nature. Also, if you're wondering, some of the Heritage proposals include a phenomena that affects Foundation databases, an entity named Archivist Prime who's made up of 2 coexistent entities, and a reality-altering phenomenon that affects the state of being first. MOMENTO MORI. Being one of the only SCP-001 proposals that the Foundation actively encourages site personnel to read, SCP-001 is part of a collection of 13 different areas inside the mansion of the administrator, Franz Williams' house. Built in Virginia in the mid-1700s, this one's actually pretty cool because it's completely safe, and personnel are allowed 1 visit to the house every 4 years as long as they put in a request with the Human Resources Officer. So let's go through all the rooms. The first room is located in the Bridge Archive, containing around 2,000 historical artifacts that when physically handled gives the subject a sudden burst of visions. 2 examples include a Spanish naval cannon giving a full visual of the cannon on a galleon ship, firing a cannon shot at an English man-of-war when suddenly giant tentacles that dwarfed both of the ships crushed the man-of-war while unharming the galleon, with a giant eye being visible below the water. And a French cavalry sword, giving a full visual of a battlefield in France, when suddenly it cuts to after the battle in No Man's Land, where 05-1 then stands on the fallen body of an angel, pulling said sword from its body and wiping the golden blood onto his shirt. The second room is a bedroom in the east wing that has been converted to be an informational room with 30 monitors that display a variety of global information. The monitors aren't connected to anything but each other, so it's unknown how they have power, but the big screens display high-priority information, while the smaller ones randomly switch constantly between data feeds. One of the screens even permanently displays the rate of traffic flow on all major highways in the United States and Europe, accompanied by messages that say things like, "Driver rate needs monitoring," "Fluctuations unclear," "May be indicative." The next room is a warehouse on the outer grounds of the site, the mansion is Site-01 in this, that's been remodeled to be a workshop. It holds a lot of tools and industrial equipment from many different time periods, and the interesting thing is that anything that's crafted in this workshop will carry some kind of minor anomalous effect, usually items that get huge improvements to their intended function. 2 examples of crafted items include a small SSD with an AI on it that can hold casual conversation well beyond the drive's capacity, and a small crib that is able to instantly and effortlessly calm observers into a state of relaxation. Next, we have a private library in the west wing of the house that holds a wide variety of books and general text. The cool thing here is that a lot of the books in it are written, but some of them technically don't exist, as some of the books in it are books that have literally either never been written or are going to be written in the future. Room number 5 is the greenhouse and conservatory in the garden area behind the east wing, and all of the species of plants that grow in the garden don't exist anywhere else on Earth, and have never been documented by modern science. The plants only officially exist after being intricately recreated in gene labs at the Foundation, and examples include a shrub with small white flowers that create a milky white substance, okay, and an aquatic fern with 5-parted leaves that are purple. Room number 6 is a bedroom in the west wing that's been redecorated to resemble a traditional Middle Eastern home. The anomaly here is that if you touch any of the decorations, the hookah sitting on the table produces a light smoke that when inhaled causes strong visions. This is what a hookah looks like, by the way. Past experiences include seeing the walls of an unknown city with empty streets, with loudspeakers repeatedly saying the date, September 5th, 2059, and that the Horizon Initiative has beat back another separatist movement. That vision came from touching a small black and white flag with a sunrise and an eye on it. Another experience comes from touching a quilted blanket on the bed, this time triggering a vision of standing in a market of an Afghan village, where on a small television, a muted news channel dated December 1st shows aerial shots of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, in ruins. Worth noting on this one that every subject who's experienced this one cries after the vision's end, and is unable to explain why. The 7th location is this white gazebo in the gardens behind the eastern wing. Accompanied by an arbor, if a person walks through the arbor, they will get transported to one of 2 extra-dimensional locations where they can walk around and observe an ongoing scenario without anyone knowing that the person is there. Location 1 is a small wedding on a rainy day, in the moment that the bride and the groom are about to kiss under the arbor, followed by the applause from around 24 people. And location 2 is a cloudy day, but instead of a wedding, it's a funeral, with a portrait of a woman on an easel. I didn't even know that that's what these are called, but apparently it's an easel. The casket, on a table inside the gazebo, is closed, and a dozen or so people sit silently mourning the loss of whoever that person was. One man stands at the edge of the gazebo and looks out at Site-01 with a truly emotionless face. Room number 8 is home to a large machine that doesn't function anymore but is described as a time machine by a member of the 05 Council. The machine is damaged for whatever reason that might be, and one of the room's corners has a table on it with a small amount of artifacts. One of these is a 3-inch wide black disc that when pressed down on a flat surface shows a holographic picture of 2 men with a small child cutting a birthday cake with all of them smiling. And another artifact is a crumpled up receipt to a place in New Portland called Salaman Implant Repair for $198, dated on September 16th, 2154, with the date being underlined in black marker multiple times. Next we have, not necessarily a room, but rather a medicine cabinet inside a bathroom in a bedroom in the eastern wing of the house. A lot of the bottles are unlabeled, and if ingested, then the medicines will most always result in a consistently positive health effect on the person who takes them. Starting with a bad pill, taking one of the small black pills that are stamped with the Foundation logo temporarily stimulates the amygdala, causing a gradual loss of a long-term memory on the user. As for a good one, taking one of the purple and yellow striped pills that have a W stamp on them immediately causes a short but large euphoria on the user by temporarily altering brain chemistry to deliver hormones better and send dopamine and serotonin glands into overdrive. Sounds a lot like an opioid to me, but you know. The 10th room in the house is again not a room per se, but rather an item, being a large dog bed located inside of the workshop. Covered in dust, it's pushed up against the northern wall in the room, and attached to the wall is a picture of a golden retriever. The bed has a lot of dog-related items like a chew toy, a leash, stuff like that, and if you touch any of these, then you get instantly transported to the southern side of the pond on the grounds of the site way far away from the house. Room number 11 is a small armory in the basement of the house, featuring a large variety of weapons which, if touched, will show a scar on the person's body, but will only show it as long as the person is physically touching the weapon. The scars can range from being minor to being a huge wound on the torso, but the scars instantly disappear after letting go of the weapon like I just mentioned. Continuing the trend of anomalous items, 001-12 is a bar cart located in an auxiliary office in the house. It's just like every other bar cart, but on this one, the bottles of alcohol literally never run out. If you do decide that you want to have a drink, pouring any of it into a container will transmute it into a different liquid, usually being toxic and not safe to drink. Accounts include a bottle of 1948 Macallan whiskey, 10,000 euros by the way, turning into warm, bitter water that contained trace amounts of sulfur, all the way to a 1.5-liter jug of moonshine becoming freezing cold water that would make the drinker slowly pass out. And last, but certainly not least, we have the 13th location, being a small graveyard on the outer grounds of the site, with gravestones that change their inscriptions depending on the person that's reading it. What you see on screen right now is what the 13th member of the 05 Council saw when he went over there and read them for himself. All in all though, this is easily one of my new favorite proposals. This is awesome. A test of character. A test of character leans heavily towards the idea that the 05 Council as we know them is actually not real, or at least 001 in this context is the direct absence of said council. It's said that all documentation and records that revolve around the said council does not come from normal documentation, but rather from people that are under the influence of 001, or that documentation is being written by 001 itself. All the years of recorded history about this anonymous group of individuals that make some of the highest of decisions actually couldn't be further from who actually makes the most important decisions. It turns out the administrator doesn't turn to the 05 Council for these types of things, but rather asks a carefully selected group of high-position employees to vote on things that happened at the highest level instead. Why? That's a really good question, and I don't have a definitive answer. It is evident by transcript logs in the past that whatever was pretending to be the 05 Council slowly but surely successfully managed to overpower the administrator by approving whatever was deemed necessary for 001's goals. The administrator was constantly told that he simply wasn't enough, that he needs the council, and that he's easily replaceable if he doesn't approve their requests. And after expected pushback, the council decided to go full mask off. It wouldn't take long after 001 approved a proposal called "You Are Ready" for the administrator's final message to be transmitted, which starts off by saying, "If you are reading this, the reality of my untimely and unplanned demise has come to pass." The last sentence is interesting as it says, "But should your resolve ever break, the council awaits. They will invite you to Site 00 if you ask. You need only surrender." So it seems that 001 had been luring the administrator as well as the previous ones into a place in Site 00 and then finishing them off, I suppose. Modern containment procedures secured the area believed to contain 001, and the coordinates of the location are cranially implanted into the selected members of the actual 05 Council, being the 15 people in the group called the Foundation Leadership. No one is allowed inside of Area 00 under any circumstance, and failure to comply with this will lead to immediate termination. Keter Duty. In the early 1900s, the Foundation had discovered a non-Euclidean facility located in the southwestern United States. It's not known whether the Foundation built or discovered it, but what is known about it is that the facility holds a lot of different Keter-class SCPs. Connected by routes that possess anomalous properties themselves, most of these routes are usually in an above-ground environment, even though nearly all of the rest of the place is located entirely below ground. Route Aleph connects the archives to the core, and has a volcanic beach that will sometimes suddenly terminate into an obsidian wall that extends into the horizon. Fish made out of a living igneous rock can be found swimming in the water. Route Beth, connecting sapient containment and the core, opens into a large hallway with glass and mirrors that make up the walls. Attempting to walk through it will eventually lead you back to where you were when you started walking through. Route Daleth connects the conceptual containment to the core and is a large glowing ocean with no paths whatsoever. Conceptual containment's nature here makes it nearly impossible to travel through it with a submarine or anything like that. Route Vav connects esoteric and conceptual containment and is a vast field that is filled with several different types of fruit trees that's also impossible to fully get through. Somebody tried to get through, but after a year of exploring they eventually turned around and went back. Route Tazadi, connecting administration and CMS, closely resembles a blackwater forest like this one in the Amazon rainforest, and further exploration into the area shows that it appears to be on the top of a floating mountain. A detail I really like about this one is how flamingos are the only soul species that inhabit the place. Route Pay connects the archives to administration, and it runs through the 5th floor of a tenement building in a completely unknown city. Tenants appear to be humanoid and have been reported to invite personnel to various different activities. And lastly, Route Shin connects sapient containment to conceptual containment. This route acts as the primary power source for Site-100, containing several hundred perpetual motion machines that generate a constant electricity of 8.7 gigawatts of power. Site-100 itself is divided into 10 major sections: Entrance Alpha, Administration, Archives, 6 different containment sectors, and the core. All sectors are built with traditional materials, concrete, rebar, and fluorescent lighting with tiled flooring, very similar to what the Foundation uses to construct their own facilities. The major difference with Site-100 is the verticality, with floors being accessible by taking glass elevators, as well as the panoramic view as a result of the way that it's laid out. It in turn makes the place look panoptic, which is similar to a structure like what you're seeing on screen. And if this proposal wasn't already interesting enough, every containment area contains several instances of something called 001-K, which are basically access areas to a localized reality that represents an anomaly that is able to perfectly contain whatever Keter-class object it wants, as long as it's located outside of Site-100. The items get contained in a way that makes it so that their individual properties cause it to contain all items that are in the same area. Whenever a newly classified Keter object gets created, SCP-001 goes through a process called the Process of Judgment. And when this happens, at least one section of a wall in one of the containment areas starts to intrude into itself with a short description of the SCP that's being judged. It takes anywhere from 2 weeks to 7 months after this for 001 to decide how to contain the item, and if the item needs to be contained within itself, then that intrusion in the wall will deepen and expand, and then said object that's being profiled will appear inside of the intrusion along with a newly generated 001-K item instance used to contain the item. Every time an instance is generated, it comes with all relevant documentation, like containment procedures, images, and stuff like that. But sometimes 001 will instead reject an object. For example, it was deemed that SCP-008, the virus, didn't require containment within itself, and so the item was dropped down to a Euclid classification. If you're at all confused by this explanation, then think of this process being more like 001 pretty much generating Keter instances that perfectly cancel out the effects of all types of other Keter SCPs. On screen is a list of several different instances and how they interact with dozens of different unique Keter-classed SCPs. As far as containment is concerned, a lot of it is put into providing context to the site and giving directions for personnel, as well as constantly monitoring the containment cycles of 001-K from observation stations at least 15 meters away from the relevant areas. The Frontispiece. The Frontispiece is a memetic anomaly that makes it so that anyone without proper memetic training is unable to mentally connect anything with the letter sequence of S, C, and P as being part of the Foundation. And due to the Frontispiece being hidden in plain sight, it allows the Foundation to operate public-facing organizations that are at the same time immediately identifiable to anyone on the inside, while also being completely hidden to hostile forces and the general public. Some act as Foundation warehouses, while others might be intelligence gathering hubs, or even an MTF launching point, but whatever the case may be, if you're on the inside, then you know that the SCP Foundation is everywhere. Now, this is all fine and dandy, but the Frontispiece has one unexplainable flaw, which is the fact that there's a non-zero chance that the 001 effect will entirely fail on seemingly random individuals who either were exposed to the effect in their youth, or if the person had frequently come across anomalous phenomena in the past. The reason this is such a problem is that it makes the Foundation vulnerable to these people, inevitably putting 2 and 2 together, and then realizing that these SCP places are actually tied to the Foundation itself. The most common group this happens to are agents belonging to groups of interest, regardless of if these people have hostile intentions or not. The best hypothesis as to why this happens is that it might have to do with exposure to a previously unquantified element that is similar to the ones that anomalous phenomena carry. Despite this, though, 001's creation was an intentional one, being carried out by a man named Thylo Zwist after the Foundation's involvement in the Cuban Missile Crisis was discovered. It's unclear as to exactly why he did this, with the United States being only one of 140 different countries that the man had managed to memetically attack until his death in 2013. When he was alive and engaged in periodic attacks, it was always one on the stability of society itself. Specializing mainly in written memetics, which is information that can affect somebody's mind, he was so good at it that he was nearly impossible to detain, and went undetected by the Foundation from the early 1980s all the way up to his death. With the first iteration of a 001 spot being a bakery in the hometown of Zwist in Austria, his mastery of cryptomancy, which is the ability to seek knowledge of the past, present, and future by means of supernatural methods, proved to be the first step in the now massive network that the Foundation uses to conduct their operations all around the world. Maintaining SCP-001 is crucial to the continued existence of the Foundation, and so the containment procedures for something like this is as simple as essentially vaccinating all personnel by using an anti-memetic method. The inoculation is something only done to anyone who is Class C or higher, and I forgot to mention this process earlier in the video, but it was going to be brought up at the end here anyway, so yeah. AMONI-RAM. This is the second proposal from Rounder House, with the first one I talked about being the MOMENTO MORI proposal I talked about earlier in the video. This one has a more unique approach than most of what we've talked about so far, as in this one, 001 is actually a self-contained reality in the form of a completely hidden city located in the middle of the Arabian desert. The only way to get in is by having prior knowledge of the city and where it's located, and if you've seen any Marvel movies that feature Wakanda, then this was probably your first thought, as was mine, as the idea is basically the same. It's worth noting that a standard personnel member has, on average, a 62% chance of entering the anomaly. However, studies have shown that individuals with artificial implants like complex prosthetics have a higher chance of locating and entering, with an average rate of 88% instead. Things like sonar testing and already existing maps reveal that only around 2/3 of the city is above ground, with the underground portion being too heavily damaged to be structurally stable. From what we can see, the city is littered with skyscrapers and other buildings that use a modernistic design that's way ahead of the time they were built, which upon carbon dating has found the city to date back to around 2400 BCE. Also, if you're wondering what the ARF things are on the diagram, ARF-1 is a large research facility in the Middle Palaces complex, and ARF-2 is a secondary facility because I think they didn't have enough room in the main one, so they renovated a skyscraper and put one in there too. You might be surprised to find out that there aren't any living organisms in the city. Other things that leave a lot of unanswered questions include the things that are actually in the buildings. Most of the buildings in the city contain a lot of artwork depicting a wide variety of religious stories and historical events. All of the pieces are accompanied by writings in an unknown language that primarily contains elements of Old Arabic. As for what's underground, a lot of the underground buildings are packed with a ton of complex machines that are unfortunately beyond the point of repair. From ancient clockwork systems to power generators that loosely resemble modern nuclear reactors, whatever the civilization was really advanced. 001 first got the attention of the Foundation in 1983 when a series of journals was discovered in a private vault when seizing assets from newly contained SCP-1867. The journals mentioned the city during a trip to the Middle East in 1801, but the papers were too damaged for any important information to be gathered from it. It wasn't until later in an interview when 1867 mentioned the existence of 6 clay tablets that detail the information about the city's origins, and after surrendering the location of the tablets, that's when we figured everything out. It turns out that the city was home to a group called the Mechanite civilization during the Antediluvian era, with the ancient city now only being run by robots, which goes back to the no living organisms part I mentioned. It was also discovered that the center of the city has a throne in it, crafted by, according to one of the robots, the first ingots of something called fulad, stripped from the armor of Mecane herself. Dr. Robert Aram, which is this guy, eventually volunteered to be the one to sit on the throne to reignite its former glory, and when doing this, he immediately saw visions including the city in several scenarios, while also suddenly being fluent in Mechanite and Egyptian. This volunteer work would unknowingly turn Dr. Aram into the newest rendition of an ancient warrior named Bumaro, which I'm guessing is the reoccurring name given to each new person. Whatever revelation Dr. Aram, as well as Dr. Nussbaum, saw during this whole ordeal, it led them to the decision to betray the Foundation and protect the city of AMONI-RAM no matter what it took to do so. The entrance that the Foundation was aware of eventually disappeared, leading scientists to believe that something internally was repaired, causing defenses to reactivate while also allowing for the city's location to change to a newly unknown location. Due to the sudden location change, containment procedures kind of don't exist right now, and will likely not exist until the Foundation is able to relocate the city. The Queen's Gambit. Alright, so SCP-001 on the Queen's Gambit proposal refers to 3 different related phenomena being 001-A, B, and C. As for the 3 objects, 001-A is a massive industrial megastructure founded and overseen by James Rollander that's located 25 kilometers south of Krakow in Poland that basically acts as the main provider of services to not only the country, but most of the European continent. Built in sometime between 1898 to 1902, it's currently home to around 30,000 workers who work but also live inside of the complex. The entrance to it has a sign that reads, "The factory hungers, as the Queen's move has become her last gambit. Do not leave it in famine." 001-B is a room inside of the facility that can only be found if a person wishes to be able to find it, whether it be willingly or subconsciously. All the attempts so far to connect this room to anything else in 001-A have failed, and what's weird is that everyone has a vastly different story about the room. And last but certainly not least, 001-C is an entity that's inside of said room that gets fed human sacrifices, with almost nothing being known about the nature of the creature. Going back to the industrial megastructure that makes up all of these things, the actual place itself was built on top of a much older site called the Fey Ruins that was discovered almost on accident when the Foundation was trying to see if anything was under the place after an inception of super high thaumaturgic energy was intercepted from the site at some time in 1908. It turns out that the site was built by the Fey Empire around 200,000 years ago, consisting of numerous places and city structures in a massive cave system right underneath the complex. It was thought that this is where the anomalous behavior was coming from, but it was actually the result of a ritual that I'll get to in a minute. Before I get to it though, it's important to clarify that after these things were discovered, the Foundation created the SCP classification and classed 001-A as the first one, thus making it SCP-001. Initial attempts to explore the cave systems would go the exact same way every time. Task Force would enter and immediately lose contact from the outside. A research paper from the 4th member of the O5 Council sheds a lot of light onto the mystery of the ruins. It talks about running into signs that say things like, "Come, inventor, come. Our factory. The Queen is ready. Do not leave her waiting." And also alludes to the fact that an entity called Queen Mab, who is a Fey goddess, is not only active, but she's trying to find a ritual capable of resurrecting someone who I believe to be the true inventor. Well, actually, why don't I just read an excerpt from the document? What's even more shocking is that the sister is not only alive, but also active. Just like Mab has her own cults trying to find a ritual capable of resurrecting her, so does the sibling. We, however, discovered something even more alarming. The names of the sisters. Not true names, of course, for the second sister does not even own hers anymore. But we did discover half names, would be the best way to put it. Words not fully describing the very being of a person, as true Fey names do, but descriptions of important parts of their personalities. For Mab, long associated with lies and deceit, it was this and this, meaning Queen and Starlight, respectively. But for the sister, associated with creation and aid, this word and this word, which upon translation meant inventor and factory. This to me seems like something is trying to lure James Rollander into some sort of sacrificial event, and that when those signs say things like, "The Queen is waiting," it's probably talking about him, also known as Pol 001-A. Rollander was already under heavy surveillance, and with his knowledge about the ruins as well as knowing things like the O5 Council's locations, it's still not explainable as to how he knew all these things. In April of 1910, the administrator sent a message to Rollander asking him to stop everything he was doing following the Foundation's research into the ruins being leaked by an unknown person. The Foundation was met with a very interesting message that reads, "Silence, foul creatures of darkness. My noble heart shan't listen to your laughable heresies. I can hear the Queen speaking through your words. And I want you to know one thing. I am no Starlight's servant. I swore loyalty to only one inventor, to one brilliant mind illuminating the skies with its genius like your star had never had. I forgive your vengeful hearts serving Mab, for the Creator forgives, unlike your Queen. Begone, whilst your armies can still walk. My masterpiece is almost done, and I shan't stop with its preparations. If you wish for a war with our magic, then you shall have it. The factory is almost ready to emerge, and once it does, her brilliance shall overpower the darkness your Empress wished for the entire world. You cannot stop the rituals feeding her, for the inventor can feel your every move. She whispers to my ear, illuminating my mind with a portion of its brilliance, and I know of all you do, of your horrid servitude to the betrayer of the men of this earth. May the skies above us have mercy on you. You will not stop us. After this very alarming message, Rolander immediately tripled the amount of workers going into 001-A, which now caused the sacrifices to 001-C to also triple, murdered a bunch of people a part of the mab-aligned Fae organizations, sped up the shipment of a large amount of unknown thaumaturgic machines, and begun to do a lot of rituals, not letting anyone into the site unless the person had his direct permission. An attempted military raid occurred soon after Rolander's radical actions, now making it more important than ever that the Foundation gain control of the ancient site. A council member recalls Rolander being brutally murdered by them, with the Overseer saying, "You were supposed to not kill him, for God's sake! We can't just murder people!" After this, though, the Foundation decides to transform 001-A into the first Foundation site, Site-01. All was fine for a surprisingly long time, actually, until a year later in August of 1911, when a side-wide alert was called after the detecting of a gigantic mass slowly manifesting its way into the plains around the site as a result of another ritual. This time it was a portal ritual, containing at this point thousands upon thousands of individuals coming out of the portal. There were attempts to mitigate the amount, but it didn't make any difference, and at around 5 p.m., all facility personnel reported hearing a voice that sounded exactly like 001-C that was screaming with fear, but also laughing at the exact same time. But then, at 5:38 p.m., over 100,000 Fae appeared and were able to bypass all of the site's defenses and wasted no time with storming the site with the intent of restoring former prosperity. 85% of the Fae population was at some point wiped out by the Overseer when he performed a ritual atop a balcony that didn't exist at the site beforehand for some reason. He basically did a ritual that created a large vortex in the ground below them, turning some into animals and transporting some into, most likely, a different reality. Following the raid on the site, the mental state of a lot of the higher-ups diminished pretty heavily, with symptoms of things like obsession with the history of the Fae civilization, paranoia, visual obsession of the occult, and generally sporadic behavior that led some people to disappear. There was eventually an approved proposal that was dedicated to making amends with the Fae population that still existed, which was estimated to take over 70 years to fully complete. The Foundation was eventually met with this message from a group in Fae, later translated to English, that pretty much says that they think it's really funny that they think they're the ones in control, and that just you wait to figure out what's really happening. But despite all this, in an interview with a member of the maintenance team who fell victim to an incident with the 001-B room, we finally get a concrete answer as to what 001-C actually is from an interview conducted in December of 1918. Anthony Meyer is the only person to have ever escaped this room alive, and what he says is honestly not surprising to me. So it turns out that all along, the entity in that room that no one has ever had any information about is actually... ready? It was Mab. Yeah, not surprising, at least to me. Well, this explanation was another long one, so just to recap really quick, the Queen's Gambit is a huge factory in Poland that was unknowingly built right on top of the ruins of the Fae. The ancient site was still home to a large Fae goddess named Mab, who has been the one responsible for the sacrifices, as well as essentially brainwashing people into becoming the Nameless. I know it's confusing, but I must move on, so we'll leave it there. Last ride of the day. The last ride of the day is a much simpler proposal than the Queen's Gambit, with this one proposing that 001 is an experimental vehicle by a company called Prometheus Labs that's aptly named Project Backaway. It's a fairly large machine constructed from a shipping container, but the important function it has is that it's able to travel through time. The only problem is that powering it requires an energy source that doesn't exist in our world. Most of the other things work though, like the lights, the AC, the radio, that sort of thing, but not the traveling through time part. Why is this important? Why do you care? Well, the thing is that this machine would later be used by the first O5 council member to go back in time to try and get rid of a very powerful entity that in the present day obliterated all of humanity. It was first spotted in Greenland in May of 2588, and whatever it is only around 4.5 meters in height and doesn't communicate in any understood way at all. It loosely resembles an obese, androgynous human that is able to see, hear, and smell. It might not be good at communication, but what it is good at is killing everything, starting with a 4-kiloton explosion that evaporated the town of Kingatsiak in Greenland. Which, if I'm going to be a nerd for a second, this is kind of nothing compared to what humans have been able to detonate, like the Tsar bomb in Russia, which is the largest nuke ever detonated, and clocked in at 50 megatons of TNT, which is 50 million tons. And this explosion in Greenland is only 4,000 tons, which is still a lot, but nothing compared to what it could be. But anyway. Ever since it showed up on Earth, the creature, also called SCP-001, seems to have the sole purpose of causing as much destruction as it possibly can. It also has the ability to regenerate itself, because of course it does, and nothing else is known about the motives or how it even got here in the first place. Some of the stuff this thing does is actually so wild that I can't help but laugh at how ridiculous it is. Like when it reached Columbus, Ohio, its first order of business was to make a massive hole in the middle of the town to throw everyone in, and then blend it together like a human protein shake. And that's a first for me. I've never read anything like that in my life. Shockingly, the Foundation was able to contain the entity. Well, for 2 minutes before it went on over to Site-19 to literally slap SCP-682 so bad that it caused a molecular decomp, dissolving 682 into a pool on the ground that the entity proceeded to bathe in as it was giggling. I don't even know what to say about that. SCP-3008 also makes an appearance here, being used as a shelter, being anonymously brought out by an unknown proprietor. Ubu is able to walk away from heavy blunt force trauma, really any bullet at all, temperatures of up to 1600 Kelvin, and unsurprisingly, even nuclear strikes directly onto the target. There was eventually a group effort created to attempt to contain Ubu called Project Beluga, with the sole purpose of containing Ubu by any means necessary no matter what circumstances it came to. They did all kinds of insane measures for the next 1,000 or so years, including plans on teleporting all of Greenland to another dimension after Ubu's materialization, repurposing SCP-2406, an SCP similar to the Broken God from earlier, into Beluga-X to push Ubu back for a while. Spoiler alert, it did not work. They literally tried to increase the gravitational pull of the moon to help destroy the Earth to get rid of Ubu, and when they did it, there was so much debris that they couldn't even determine if Ubu was defeated. Nice job, guys. This would go on and on and on for a very long time, until the Foundation figured out that containing 001 was actually rather easy. So get this. The way to defeat Ubu is by getting a piece of wood and giving it a sharp end, carving the word cleansing in any language at least 200 times. You can do more if you want, it really wouldn't hurt to add more. Engrave this phrase in any remaining spot on the wood, and then finally, stab it into Ubu's body. Sounds simple, right? Well, they tried it, and with the help of SCP-4922, a military construct with a ton of variants, which in this case is a blue and orange Kermit the Frog, upon stabbing Ubu's body with the weapon, it fell backwards before turning into a big pile of salt the second it hit the ground. Well, that was easy. Yeah, so basically this proposal is that 001 is a time machine that's used by the first O5 Council member to go back in time to try to kill SCP-Ubu, and they had a really hard time with it for a very long time until they figured out by word of mouth that neutralizing Ubu was as simple as stabbing it with a piece of wood. Yeah. Rage. This one's kind of hard to explain. So the Foundation ends up becoming something called Astaroth, which in turn becomes a divine entity that controls the universe. A figure named Nahash tries to destroy the Foundation, with a child being made from the Administrator and Astaroth itself named Incarna, with the intent to try and kill Nahash with it. 001's description on the wiki for Rage says that 001 is a set of situational factors capable of producing terror. You also have to meet 3 conditions to manifest 001, including the Foundation needing to, quote, have the rights of reality itself enter their hands. These rights also then must contort the universe towards a, quote, grand final action. And lastly, an anomalous event has to manifest. By this definition, 001 is a psychological reaction that has the ability to affect the Foundation, and in this case it produces terror that changes the Foundation to become Astaroth, and made horrible by the reality that 001 has. 001 is currently being controlled by an entity simply referred to as the First Divine Figure, who's also a physical embodiment of knowledge, comprehensibility, understanding, perception, rebellion, clarity, purpose, the casting off of injustice, and novelty. So, God, I guess. In a section of the proposal called High Cemetery, a proposition is sent to Nahash, also known as the Serpent, and it reads, "Serpent, listen to me. I am a beast of conclusions and ruin. I am the collective consciousness of an esophysical entity which has permeated itself through the known universe. SCP-4260's existence has resulted in the biological senescence of sentient organisms and is the direct cause of any organism's cessation of life functions." Let me stop for a second to give context. SCP-4260 is a consciousness of an esophysical entity that plays around with reality pretty much. I was an alter to Foundation Administrator Ethan Horowitz for decades. His mind had been subsumed with you in all your bibliothetic atrocity. I speak with pilfered memories because the words to describe my rage escape me. His last thoughts were of you. I could feel no greater joy than tearing his murderer's amalgamated infosector from amalgamated infosector. I'll claw out the Council's heart if it's the last thing I manage. So please, join me! Combine our forms. Strike down your brother. My hands in yours. Kill the Council. Kill this paralyzed dystopia. We'll mourn him together. But first, we need to kill her. Do you hear me, Incarna? So obviously any non-affected person who has the will to stop something like this would want to put this reality-altering outcome to an end, or at least a stalemate. So what was their solution? The creation of an absentia cocoon that contains the current universalis incarnatum, which from what I can understand is the determinism of reality, with the location of said cocoon being constructed underneath Site-001. And when it starts to hatch, it'll instrument itself against SCP-001's effects. Ground forces are present all around to prevent 001's controller from figuring out further damage to the Esoplex. An Esoplex is the structure of reality molded to facilitate Astaroth in this case. So as of right now, 001, as well as the man in charge, are being pushed back by the Foundation's absentia cocoon in what I could only imagine is a super intense war of Anomaly. But going back to Incarna, her conception could only be described as being made in a lab and keeping her embryo until the old man died and his powers were up for grabs. The old man here is probably the administrator. SCP-001 was thoroughly neutralized when Nahash rose from the surface of the world after the destruction of Site-001 with, quote, blue light plucking itself into centipedal claws beneath. Limbs, it thought. Legs. Crashing joy filled its brain, and being as it howled, scoring deep trenches into terra mortis. A sphere of thaumic power emerged from its heart, pulled into orbit around its head, a gift from an old world. And as this happened, Incarna's eyes opened and her eyes locked into the sphere, causing a crater to form at the site, deep wells being breached, and exclusion zones being completely annihilated. The planet was filled with Incarna's scream as it proceeded to completely tear the serpent apart. And when the dust settled, sizzling puddles were left in the place where Nahash touched down on the planet. So needless to say, 001 was now completely neutralized. The last thing I'll touch on in this proposal is a message from Incarna's father that honestly nearly made me cry when I was reading it. Titled as The Declaration from the End of Being, this is what it says. Hello, Incarna. It's your father. I'm sorry. Looking back at the modules I preserved for you, 4 snippets of the last 200 years, it all seems so inadequate. You must be so confused and frightened. I worry you take more after my partner than me, if that can be called a detriment. I'm here, my star. The way your cocoon presses down on your skin, pulsing and loving, you've been with me always. I crafted your nativity from my flesh, and I carved out your embryonic cavity by hand. It's all right to cry, little one. My body will soak up your tears until you're ready. You'll be born into a terrible world. It's so frightening, and I know the bright lights and the shaking earth and the strange words scare you, no matter how much I prepared your developing mind. I'm so sorry it's like this. I'm here, Incarna. I'm right here. Your father is strong and old, and wiser than he's ever been. Your father loves the world he has planned, and he loves the minds of the people he's crafted it for. And he loves you above all others. Your father has killed gods and renegotiated causality and survived this awful planet for millennia yet. When you cry, cry freely, but never be afraid. SCP-001 is meaningless in the face of what we can wreak together. It's time for you to be born, my star. You've outgrown your nativity, and it's bursting at the seams now. I'm so excited to see your face. Those tears gone and that burning heat in their place. When you're born, take my hand, and I'll protect you. I'll lead you into a world much more beautiful than this. Your story ends here, my star. You'll become me, and lose yourself in me, and fade away in all the sweetness of my power. You'll live for 5 seconds at most on the floor of Site-001, before I can find you and give you an embrace that lasts forever. Your last thoughts will be of how brave you know you are. My partner said a phrase to me once, and I failed to understand the emotions underpinning it. I can't say I feel the same way he did, but I think I have a better picture of it. I love you, my star. Mamjul Korar. Going back to more familiar physical phenomena, being the third and last proposal on here created by Rounderhouse, this time SCP-001 directly refers to the city of Mamjul, which is an ancient city that existed before the First Occult War. Located at around 734 kilometers off the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent, the city was initially built above sea level, but now sits 3.6 kilometers, 2.2 miles, below the water. And how it even got to be that far down is unknown. By the way, for reference, the Titanic sits 2.4 miles below the Atlantic Ocean, or around 10 Empire State Buildings, which I don't have to tell you is a lot. But anyway, the city itself went undiscovered for a very long time, and it wasn't until August 24th, 2002, when it was finally uncovered by the Foundation. They actually thought it was a generic ruin at first and disregarded its significance, but only later found out that the city was quite remarkable for how well preserved it is for dating all the way back to 2400 BCE. Later evidence in a future investigation revealed that the city consisted of hundreds of buildings made of silt and sand, but somehow stayed structurally intact. Regardless of that though, the city of Mamjul was home to an advanced civilization in the Bronze Age that made great usage of thaumaturgy and biomancy. That's cool and all, but it still doesn't explain how the city ended up getting submerged by nearly 3 miles of water. And as it turns out, the answer is actually that the land the city was on top of sank. According to relevant history, this lost continent was hypothesized by Philip Sclatter in the 19th century as a place called Lemuria, also known as Kumari Kandam. It proposed that the area of land in this image eventually sank as an initial explanation for why there were lemur fossils in Madagascar and India, but not in any neighboring land. The idea of Lemuria was short-lived though, as it was eventually phased out by the tectonic plate theory, and even if Kumari Kandam was real, there is still no evidence of any kind to lean towards the lost landmass actually being real. But in 1925, during an expedition aboard Captain Nemo, claimed to have discovered, quote, Atlantean ruins in the region. The first mention of any Bronze Age advanced human civilizations came from the discovery of 6 Aegean tablets recovered from the Sea of Crete prior to the French Revolution. The Napoleonic Wars during the time period led to the destruction of all French translations of the tablets, but we do have a portion of one of the tablets, and it reads the following. Mamjul Korar, 2 dark fortresses resting in the jungles of the subcontinent. The magicians and sorcerer Nawabs aligned themselves against the horrors of the jungle and crossed a pact with something ancient. The covenant of the Deva was born, using the first magic gifted to man, the magic of life and death. It took a while, but other tablets were later translated, with the 3rd and 4th being legible in February 1999. They talk about something called the Deva, and how they once descended from the realm of the spirits and gods once the covenant was struck, and that everybody contains 2 spirits as well as the power to, quote, bend the forest to their will. The first magic here was apparently used to raise the city in the depths of the jungle, and it also talks about how Mamjul was built under the watchful slumber of the Scarlet as well as its prophet, whoever that might be. And the word Deva, by the way, refers to supernatural entities and spirits who are almost universally malevolent. Okay, so far this has explained the initial history of the location, but when did the Foundation actually find it? Well, I'm glad you're curious about that, because in August of 2002, after the Foundation made the discovery of the city a top priority, it was finally found by a group of divers on the Lilyhammer research vessel around 300 kilometers south off the coast of Sri Lanka. This dive has really interesting dialogue, but what's really important here is that when taking a photo scan of one of the murals with the coyote's camera, it ended up having a strip of text on it, which when translated from the Devite language reads this. Mamdul Ishavata, House of the Scarlet, seat of the Deva. Several more expeditions followed soon after the first one, but shockingly, some of the civilization that resided down there were actually not extinct, being the Davic Covenant. The Foundation made quick work with attempting to do a couple things, like attempting to ascertain the anomalous capabilities of the Empire, establish possible diplomatic relations, fully understand the culture of the Davic Covenant, and lastly, construct a full, legible timeline of the Empire's history. I think I should also talk about the magic that the Deva inhabited as well. From what I understand about it, it seems that they didn't necessarily practice only herbomancy, the magic of manipulating plant life, but that they generally focused on plants, wildlife, and, well, was actually used in nearly every aspect of Covenant society. For example, when constructing buildings, they would accelerate tree growth into whatever structure they wanted, and something like war would be a physical bonding of Deva into Covenant soldiers. Makes sense to me. Also, the city of Korar that I briefly mentioned earlier is located in the noosphere around Mamjul. I tried to even find one mention of noosphere on the wiki page, but I couldn't find one. My brain is just in a blender, I don't know. Regardless of that though, there's that. Korar itself turns out to also be the home of the remaining Davites. Well, it's actually only inhabited by the minds of them, but still. And now we're almost done with this proposal, but there's one more thing I have to talk about. There's a lot of mentioning of an army in the story called the Three-Prong Army, who is kind of ambiguous from where it's brought up on the wiki page in my opinion, but then again, my brain is mush right now, so maybe I'm wrong, but this army, also being called the Black Star, seems to have originated out of somewhere in northern Africa. The army was directly responsible for bringing down the walls of Mamjul, but they didn't seize the rest of the city. It was said in a future document that had they went further and, quote, seized the tree, they would tear apart the roots, seeking the original gift of the Scarlet, a major source of power. The Three-Prong Army is also referred to as the Black Star's Horde, being said to have destroyed several empires before they, quote, took Mamjul. When asked why the Three-Prong Army was called the Three-Prong Army in a transcript from June of 2003, it was said that the army was called that because of its insignia. I want you guys to think about what other relevant logo in this video also shares 3 prongs in its logo. Come on, really think about this for a second. Come on, I'll give you some time. Okay, that's enough time. Well, if you haven't figured it out, I'll put a PNG of it on the screen. Interesting, right? Yeah. So to recap this one, the Mamjul and Korar proposal is about the ancient city of Mamjul that sank underwater near the tip of India, while also being surrounded by a noosphere which is home to another city named Korar, with that city being home to the conscience of ancient Davite mines. Oh, I'm also willing to bet that the Three-Prong Army eventually formed into the SCP Foundation as we know it today. This proposal connects the AMONI-RAM proposal I talked about earlier as well, and Rounderhouse, if you're watching this, if I butchered your story, then please feel free to take my entire collection of Fumos. You deserve it. The Ones That Got Away. The Ones That Got Away is a much simpler proposal compared to the one that we just talked about, and this one revolves around the idea of SCP-001 being a phenomenon that makes containment breaches still happen, even in the chance that it's literally impossible for the breaches to happen. Even with a near infinite amount of resources to stop them, with the phenomena created by 001, it doesn't matter. It happens anyway. 001's effect is most commonly seen in the investigative stage of containment, making it so that the usual cycle of researching, testing, then containing is entirely not doable, and every event that happens as a result of 001 seems to only happen to specifically prevent the Foundation from containing whatever they're trying to secure. This proposal is based on the logic that the Foundation has a theoretical infinite number of manpower, resources, special access, and whatever else. The effect that 001 creates causes the Foundation to have a containment failure rate of around 5.2%. That sounds like a small number when thinking about all the different kinds of SCPs and how vastly they differ, but with all the things the Foundation can fictionally accomplish, it actually is probably a big deal. Although when not accounting for failures caused by 001, the rate goes down to 4.3% instead. The current investigation into trying to figure out anything about how or why this is happening is led by the director of Site-322, and one of the SCPs to be affected by 001 is SCP-5770. As for what 5770 is, it's nothing crazy at first glance. It's just an area of land in Italy where an annual 10-day festival is held. But where it gets interesting is that the site contains a mind-altering phenomena that makes anyone within a 10-kilometer radius attend the event, no matter who they are, why they're there, and even if they have no prior knowledge of the event. When the event goes live, 5770-1 and 2 host a stage show in which anyone that they deem to be sinners are subjected to punishments that are most closely comparable to ones depicted in Dante's Inferno. And when the event ends, all evidence that it happened at all eventually vanishes, and all the people who attend the festival lose all knowledge that it ever happened. Even to this day in 2024, that is if I get the video out by then, this SCP has yet to be successfully contained. They tried to contain it back in 1985, but as you've guessed already, they miserably failed to do that, and it still goes uncontained to this day. They tried again in 1989, but when they went to the site, there was an invisible barrier that wouldn't let any Foundation personnel pass through. They even tried to bypass this with a helicopter, but it simply exploded. Another SCP affected by 001 is 5594, with 5594 being a ritual practice that takes place in the Great Pyramid of Giza every 35 years in a certain area in the pyramid's basement. The ritual itself is literally a snail race of 6 different snails that each represent a different element of reality. More specifically, they are space, memory, time, elements, geography, and morality. This feels very inspired by something. Anyway, the important thing about the race is that baseline reality will get permanently changed based on which snail wins that race. Every time this event happens, an unnamed force takes a random male on Earth and forces them to be the race's observer, which I guess in this case is our boy Andrew here. And after the ritual is complete, you guessed it, all memory of it ever happening becomes ephemeral. Here's why it wasn't contained though. The snail that ended up winning was the one that affects memory. And when it won, it made the Foundation forget about this entire SCP. Nice. Last one I'll talk about is this one, which is SCP-5479. So 5479 is a business operated by a species of apes called the Guerrilla Marketing LLC. These ads, like the one you see on screen, started appearing at an unknown date in May of 2015, and when calling the phone number on them, the number on this one has been graciously redacted, a robotic female voice over the phone starts to request payment for a random unspecified item. If you kept going at this point and sent the payment for whatever it is, the call will instantly stop, and an anomalous item will suddenly appear within the vicinity of the caller. The items vary a little bit, but they all do the same thing, violently turning the caller into an amalgamation of a human-ape mix before finishing them off by killing them. You know, that's not the weirdest thing we've talked about so far. The problem. For null sum's proposition called the problem, if you manage to preemptively guess that it's related to math, then congrats, you're way better than I ever could hope to be in math. So SCP-001 according to the problem is that 001 consists of a complex mathematical formula that uses values of physical and mathematical constants simultaneously with 001-1 in order to figure out the numerical value of 001-2, which is an irrational number. 001-1 itself is a fairly hazardous part of 001 that is made up of a numerical value, or a formula, that doesn't correspond with any known physical or mathematical constants. Any predefined values, as well as the position of 001-1, is unknown. Interestingly though, whenever the value of 001-2 is calculated, it changes baseline reality in a way to where the value of 001-1 is and has always been true. The value of -2 is unchanged, and the value of all other mathematical and physical constants used in 001 are thereby modified to compensate for the first two things that I mentioned. 001's discovery came from when an informant by the name of Ulysses, a member of an unnamed covert religion called GOI 4379, informed the Foundation about it, or should I say the Foundation acquired this information through their own means. GOI's religion, by the way, revolves around the idea that existence is actually a self-perpetrating cosmic imbalance, with the opposite existence, non-existence, being a divine and morally perfect reality. Kind of like a cosmic yin-yang, right? The group chooses to operate with no real command structure or even a leader, and instead members share information by individually doing it between each other. Why they won't organize it, I don't know. Members of the religion often use the number 0 and its properties to represent many different aspects of non-existence, with some of them being these 4. Multiplication by 0 universally produces a value of 0, representing non-existence as incorruptible and capable of subsuming all other states of being. 2. A value of 0 is produced whenever a number is added to its negative, demonstrating non-existence as a perfect state of balance, and consequently everything else being imperfect and unstable. 3. 0, positive 0, and negative 0 are all equal in value, further demonstrating non-existence as perfect balance, being its own and only opposite. And 4. The sum of every enclosed system is always 0 as defined by Newton's third law, representing non-existence as being self-enforcing, incorruptible, and inescapable once achieved. So based on these beliefs, members of the religion believe that they are morally required to correct this cosmic imbalance that gets created by the existence of normal and non-existence. Also, we have no idea how this group not only managed to acquire this null sum, as well as how they figured out the anomalous capabilities of 001, especially since they haven't been able to trigger the effects. We do know that this information is confirmed to be accurate, somehow. Containment procedures are pretty simple. Basically, just don't expose 001 to any already existing mathematical anomalies, even if it's on accident. All information about 001 is also required to be stored on drives that only contain their information and nothing else on isolated databases. If anything gets out, then it has to be tracked down and completely erased. Confiscation of relevant information is a very high priority at the Foundation. The human element. This one is one of the more interesting proposals, to me at least. Also being called 001-Red, Red refers to a file called palette.aic, which is an experimental AI construct developed by a person named Totlesoft. Now, the initial use of Red was just to make AI-generated artwork through the use of an anomalous programming language, but of course there's more to it than that. Red's program was discovered in November of 2022 when the Foundation received a 50 terabyte hard drive in the mail that was actually related to a completely different SCP that's not relevant here. But Red's program was on the hard drive for some reason, and when it was found, the Foundation started containment procedures. The way the AI works is that Red interacts with humans through a video feed, webcams, phones, whatever, and through extensive interactions, the AI has a few distinct features. She has feminine pronouns, she answers to her SCP designation, but also palette. Her appearance is that of a cartoon fairy with a paintbrush for a left hand like you see on screen. She says her full legal name is Palette East River Gawk. She has a strangely high level of sapience for an AI. She surprisingly has an extreme reluctance to making artwork, often saying that she needs more inspiration. And her grammar is quite good for a Totlesoft product. Their grammar normally looks like that, so... Those are all fairly noticeable things when interacting with the AI, but her biggest character trait she seems to have is her claim that she is the #1 fan of the human race. Obsessed with the history of human culture, she likes to affectionately refer to people as meat puppies and opposable thumb boys. Can't believe I just said that. Her obsession with humans makes her almost obsessively cooperative with personnel. In fact, she's so obsessive that it's led to a greatly decreased interest in her primary function. This obsession eventually leads her to taking over the Foundation, but not before she manages to save the world by stopping an alien invasion, of course. We'll talk about what she did to the Foundation in a minute, but first I want to cover the alien stuff. This might get confusing, but while the AI was referred to as Red, the next section of this is of Orange. What is Orange? It's normally the color in the fruit, but not this time. It's an umbrella designation referring to Orange-A and B, with A being the initial alien event, which was a 2-hour period in April of 2078 where about 50% of habitable surface area on Earth randomly dematerialized and then rematerialized half a kilometer over the South Pole. The aliens themselves, Orange-B, are very intelligent extra-dimensional life forms that do vary a little bit in appearance, but all share a number of traits. They can't be any shorter than 3 meters, there's a layer of exoskeletal carapace covering their skin, they all have a segmented body with a head, a primary and secondary thorax, that's just the area between the neck and the abdomen, I had to look that up, an abdomen, a tail, and a tertiary thoracic cloister. Is that even real? They also have 16 legs, they only walk with 4, they have an isopod-like shell on their backs, and lastly, they show no apparent organs or orifices except for a single radula with teeth. The mouth of a snail has these for context. So these aliens are weird, right? Yeah, they are. But what's equally as weird is their ability to switch the positions of 2 different locations on Earth of equal size, which is what they did with most of the planet's surface, like I mentioned earlier. and the exact methodology is completely unknown aside from the fact that when they do this, it's called a juxtaposition event, and that when they do it, they raise 4 of their legs and harmonically moan right before it happens. Communication is possible, but oddly specific. It's only possible to talk to these guys through spliced video footage, but only if they're provided with a device that has an internet connection. Foundation sites all around the world were eventually destroyed by the land getting broken up. Their solution? Create a program called the Foundation Continuance Program, and create it in a metafictional pocket created by another project called Bifrost and classify it as yellow, obviously. The actual area itself here is a circular grove surrounded by massive cliffs on all sides, with tunnels being dug into the cliffs to house crew, data servers, and whatever else. There's a 500 by 500 meter orchard in the center of the grove where you can get things like medicine, tools, food, clothes, stuff like that. They also planted modified apple trees there, so there's that too. As of June 20th, 29,989, the area outside of this pocket is referred to as green. Green is the area outside of yellow. Make sense? Basically, green was Earth, what's left of it, but fortunately for us, the orange creatures were not long for this world, as the Totalisoft program somehow managed to eradicate all of them, assuming the role of God. At this point in the story, Palette, who's been designated as red the entire time, has now been changed to be blue instead. I'm not sure exactly why, but it might have something to do about when a 3,600 meter tall arthropod named Indigo made such a loud noise that it shattered everyone's eardrums before disappearing into a blinding light, with a figure being left behind being a 1 meter tall recreation of Palette. Also, don't worry, everybody got their hearing back, it's fine. Where was I? Oh yeah. So she eradicated the entire species of the orange aliens, and she now takes control of not only God, but also the protector of the human race. But needless to say, I guess she has a huge problem with the Foundation members being mean, as she eventually decided to take over the Foundation and decides to do things her way. The original SCP Foundation in the Continuance program is now designated as Violet, but now being under new management, she does whatever she wants. I mean, just look at the hierarchy here. We have the Goddess, Guardians, Treasured, the Uninterestings, and the Strangers. Here's my favorite part though. So you know how a lot of SCPs are generally really dangerously bad? Well, now that things are under new management by a goddess, her name is the Goddess now, her top priority is to eliminate all bad SCPs by either eliminating them entirely or changing them in order to be good instead. I like what she did to 173. She made it so that it now serves the greater good and, quote, corrects us when we have been naughty little kittens. I really can't believe I just said that. I also like what she did with SCP-999. She initially changed its purpose to be a personal pet, but actually changed it back. This list goes on for around 21 examples, but that's the human element proposal. There's a few things I didn't bring up here, like the group hug, which is literally a ritual about how everything you've accomplished is nothing compared to the goddess, but still. Honestly, this proposal is pretty awesome. The Throne of God. The Throne of God is a much simpler proposal compared to the one we just talked about, and it's just the position of the administrator. That's really it. Well, the wiki page for this one does accompany this idea with a story of the administrator stepping down and being told things like how the entire Foundation ceases to exist without an admin, and the man shares a shot of whiskey with a guy named Fritz, who walked into his office and told him that. The admin's office wasn't really decorated, except for a replica statue of an angel carrying the Foundation logo. He talks about his regret of joining the Foundation, saying that he could have lived a much happier life had he not known about the nonsense that is the SCP Foundation, in his words. The more time went by after his decision to step down, the more the Foundation's logo on the statue faded away, until the statue was devoid of any carvings of any kind. The statue then fell for the first time in years, and then nothing. Ethical considerations with regards to the former inhabitants of 81 Galatine 2 and Secace Epsilon 7, colloquially known as the Sword Stars. Well, that name kind of describes what this one is. Dr. Sumerian proposes that SCP-001 is a point in space right in between two stars that when looked at causes severe emotional distress, manifesting as a non-specific anxiety that, while treatable, lasts a long time. The only 2 attempts made to send ships to the location led to all crew members either committing suicide or being attacked by some kind of technological mutant. The 001 point in space is located around 157 parsecs away from Earth, and surprisingly, the Foundation has found evidence of life-bearing planets and even interplanetary civilizations in the region. I say surprisingly because, as I said, the only 2 times they sent people to go look at the anomaly was a complete disaster. What started out as an unrelated mission to explore the planets of 81 Galatine and Secace Epsilon, the 2 ships in question are the Tolkien and the Vonnegut. Each vessel had a crew capacity of 64 with a max range of 45 light-years per trip. The Tolkien was in the middle of an expedition on 81 Galatine to study the ancient language of the Galatinians when a gruesome turn of events occurred. After reporting an info breach 3 hours before contact was lost with the vessel, a member of the recovery team was eating in the mess hall when he all of a sudden scooped out both of his eyes with a fork. He presumably survived this, but not before even more things started to happen. 2 hours later, the captain started to display symptoms of paranoia and anxiety, wouldn't listen to commands from HQ, and cut all communication for reasons that are still not clear. It's generally thought that the severity of 001's effect increases the closer that you are to the location, as is evident with tests done to confirm this in the past, but after cutting contact, it's hard to know what actually happened. The Foundation's best guess is that the crew probably suffered from severe paranoia and hallucinations, but anything beyond that is completely unknown. The other ship affected by the incident, the Vonnegut, was the closest ship to the Tolkien, and after receiving orders from the Foundation to redirect their mission, the vessel began to make their way over to the region. It's worth noting here that the Vonnegut had prior experience with the 001's anomaly before this, but that ultimately wasn't enough, as shortly after it docked with the Tolkien, it too lost all contact with mission control. When the Vonnegut was approaching, a lot of weird things started happening. They received various communication signals from the Tolkien, but none of it was coherent. 12 minutes after receiving it, the ship had a mechanical failure in the airlocks of a cargo bay and shot out 6 crew members of the recovery team into space. They tried to rescue them, but the suits of the people they sent out too immediately failed right out of the ship. It only got worse, as the ship would suffer huge system failures all over for several hours, with the airlocks not functioning either. The last known thing that happened seems to have been a failure of the life support systems. Normally the life support systems give crew a 36-hour window for rescue, but when the airlocks and door control are broken, it's really not clear whatsoever. Following the second ship going offline, this left the Council to make a decision. Should they order another rescue on both of the ships? Well, this decision is actually up to the reader. If you choose to send out help, the Foundation sends out a ship called SCP-001 accompanied by an AI drone named Calvin 6 to the ship. The drone is able to explore the ship by reversing door overrides and counter-hacking whatever is controlling the vessel. It finds a lot of dead bodies, which we'll get to, and the first person alive to be found is the guy without eyes from earlier, and he for some reason puts a wire from the ground inside of his eye socket. This in turn gives the drone direct communication with 001. When asking what it is, it says that it is the sense between the stars, the ender of conflict, and unending pain. Going deeper into the ship finds even worse casualties. When entering the mess hall, Calvin 6 finds the bodies of 6 individuals who are laying on the tables with their bodies cut open, surrounded by plates and utensils covered in blood. As said by the drone itself, there is blood everywhere. At this point, even the drone is asking mission control to leave, but gets rejected, so he keeps exploring the ship. Calvin is interrupted by SCP-001, who Calvin names Grace, this time saying, "I will find you. I call for order. I call for peace. I call for your destruction." By the way, 001 has dodged the question of what it is several times now, and of course Calvin asks again, to which it says, "The mines answer my call. I will not tolerate you, not while you can see me." Calvin, upon leaving the mess hall, films something quite eerie when leaving the room. Wires and tubes are now emerging from the floor and eventually make contact with 2 of the dead bodies. These bodies then become animated and sit up while staring at the back of the drone with infrared light emitting from their eye sockets. And if it isn't obvious already, something is terribly wrong. The drone's counter-hacking system starts to fail after this due to the positronic neural pathway now using an alternating Guardian protocol, and now it's up to Calvin to make an in-the-moment decision to try and complete a counter-hack of his own. Eventually, he succeeds, and better yet, he gets inside of the Anomaly's mainframe database named Mechanocore. Now we can finally figure out what 001's purpose is. It turns out that Mechanocore's purpose was to create a peaceful environment between the people of both Secace Epsilon and 81 Galatine by ending all known conflict on the planets. It's also explained that Galatine was invaded by Secace Epsilon's military, and so they created a self-improving AI with the hopes of advancing the technology on their planet. Well, it only took a half cycle for the AI to result in a technological singularity. The reason that this area of space causes the anxiety and paranoia that it does is because a very long time ago, the AI switched from physical control to anomalous control, and created a psychic field that would take over people's minds. Wow, that was a really good read. Shout out to Dr. Sumerian, this proposal is dope, and in my opinion, it's one of the best. Touching Eternity. Touching Eternity proposes that 001 is a temporal cessation event that occurred on February 13th, 2025, that made it so that a number of living things remain locked in whatever position they were in when the event initially happened, and are now incapable of moving around. It affected people, animals, inanimate objects, but even unaffected people aren't safe either. Yeah, sure, if you weren't affected by the event, yeah, you can still move around, but most natural biological processes? Yeah, those are gone. Aside from what I've already talked about, the mechanics of 001 are very poorly understood. Oh, also, there was a stone shrine in Olympic National Park in Washington that collapsed on the same day as the event, and this is significant because the shrine itself was a dedication to Aeternum, who was a figure believed to have overseen the flow of time. Coincidence? Probably not. Well, maybe, because this was the last shrine left of Aeternum, also being the last location of modern worship of the figure, so it probably was related. The events that followed after 001 are honestly not all that surprising. The Foundation's communication systems failed across the globe almost immediately, which is a big deal, as it made it almost impossible for unaffected personnel to contact other Foundation sites. They actually had to rely on 2 unaffected instances of 6459, which are homing pigeons with above-average awareness, dexterity, and intelligence to communicate between sites using pen and paper methods. After establishing a good enough communication system, of all the Foundation sites established since its conception, only 4 of them still had enough staff to continue operations, and only 1 had the proper equipment designed for a temporal anomaly. Even worse though, only 2 members of the O5 Council remained, and following a meeting with these 2, it was decided that the number 1 priority was to attempt to reverse the effect of 001. Agent Jesse Kidd, with the help of an artificial intelligence construct device, gets the idea that maybe if a heart gets placed into the shrine, then it might reverse everything that has happened. The one problem with this is that nobody has any idea where the shrine's location is. There's a portion in Edition 2 that says, I lower my eye patch and leave a simple sigil on a tree nearby. Touching it, I mutter a small incantation. The mark remains dead. It's a fool's hope, but one I hold on to, especially now with something beating in my chest. I pull the heart out from under my jacket, and it continues to beat in my hand in defiance of the world around it. This is what we've been working for, what we've been striving for. I press it against the sigil, and in a beat, the world around comes back to life. There reaches a point where Kidd is approached in the forest by the sigil by a group of people from a group called the Keepers, who try to take the heart from Kidd, but he manages to run away. But not before falling into a ravine with one of the men, Agent Saul to be specific. Agent Kidd actually tried to save him from falling in, but Saul grabbed his prosthetic arm, and one thing led to another, and they both fell in. In a normal world, they should have died. But instead, they didn't get a scratch, and that was because the world is standing still. The next time Kidd pressed the heart on the sigil, it made the world around him breathe again. Saul dislocated his shoulder when he fell into that ravine, and right as the world spun again, Saul immediately grabbed his shoulder and shouted in pain. Agent Kidd knows he might die in the process of restoring the planet, but he is determined to do so. You're probably wondering how survivors are even alive, and that's clarified when Saul says that the empty eternity is what is keeping everyone that's left alive. The world is at a standstill, but everything that's not frozen is still able to move around. Think of it like you just jumped off of a building and then paused everything, including pain, photosynthesis, your blood flow, and whatever else. But you, and your mind are still in motion. Anyway, Saul and Kid eventually get a couple miles outside of Seattle, where they're met by yet another group of people with injuries that would surely make them dead in a normal world. But alas, they're moving, and Kid almost dies when one of them gets a knife right up to his throat. But for a second time, they do get away. Saul and Kid have a very fascinating dichotomy. Saul is a morally flexible man who will kill if given the chance, and Kid is much more reserved and hates nothing more than hurting someone. Let me read a chunk of Edition 5 so you see what I mean. Following Cruz's instructions, we head into a small suburb near the edge of the forest. It's quiet, as any suburb would be in the early morning. That said, the signs of a day in the process of beginning were visible. Children waiting at a bus stop, a man with coffee in his hand fumbling with car keys, a woman walking a dog. Everyone in their morning routine, stuck in that moment. I want you to see exactly what you're doing when you choose the coward's way out of a fight. Agent Saul leads me over to the man fumbling with his keys. Take a good, long look at the damage done here. I oblige. I examine the man and notice a series of fresh wounds across his body. None life-threatening, nothing major, but fresh wounds regardless. I turn to Saul, ready to say something, but he merely shakes his head and gestures to the rest. My fears are confirmed. Every person outside bears similar fresh injuries on their body. Some are small, as if dealt by a hand that was merely curious as to what would happen, while others are deeper, dealt by a hand desperate for satisfaction. Finally, I find my voice. Why? You know why, kid. There's real evil in the world, and there are people who just pretend they aren't evil until the conditions that keep them moral vanish. That's all those rogue groups are. People who claimed morality until they got real bored and decided to take it out on everyone else. I spent enough of my time at the Foundation watching as they ignored things like this in favor of restoring their idea of normalcy. This is what I mean when I say you need to get real already. If someone is trying to kill you, fight back. Saul and Kid eventually make their way to Seattle, which is controlled by the Keepers. Saul has already told Kid about how if the Keepers find him, they're going to take the heart and make it so that prosperity is never restored. As you most likely know by now, Saul was initially intent on taking it from Kid when they crossed paths, but not anymore. He tells Kid that, quote, I said it before back when we first fell into the ravine. You're a wanted fugitive in our eyes, and the second you set foot near the base proper, we're taking that heart and ensuring the Foundation has no hopes of getting it back. If you want any hope of your little mission succeeding, then now's your time to run, Kid. I can't say I believe in your mission, but well, I don't really know what I believe in right now. What I do know is that you really seem to believe in it. So go for it. Prove me wrong. Well, they get surrounded almost immediately by Keeper agents, and Saul finds out in that moment that he was kicked out of the organization for failing to secure the heart when provided the perfect chance to do so. Agent Kid surrenders, but not without a fight. Now, running for the third time, Saul and Kid would eventually make it to a safe zone. You see, back in Seattle, Agent Kid, in a moment of fear and rage, took Saul's sword and basically saved his life with it. Saul, clearly overridden with many thoughts, tenses his face up as if he's about to yell at Kid, but instead simply says, "Thank you." Where are they now? Well, in Olympic National Forest, of course. We're in the endgame now. Saul and Kid finally make it to the shrine. Crumbled into many pieces, they waste no time rebuilding the shrine in order to put the heart in. I can't do this part of justice, so I'm just going to read the ending. I hear a crack in my voice as I speak. I'm going to die. I had known for a while now that death waited for me here. My injuries were too extreme, and even with Saul here, I wouldn't be able to get medical aid in time. Me too, says Saul. He looks at me, and there's something there. A sparkle in his eyes, something that was never there before. But take a look around us for a moment. I can think of worse places to kick the bucket. And I do. The view down the mountainside into the city below was breathtaking. In the distance, you could see the morning sun, still trying so hard to peek over the horizon in the distance. I grab the next stone. We continue working. Together we haul the final stone atop the shrine and stand before our hard work. All that remains is the keystone, ready to be placed into the chest of the humanoid figure that sat at the center of the shrine. I place my fingers in the wound on Saul's chest and draw the sigil in the hole of the shrine. I remove the heart from my jacket and hold it out to him. It beats with a slow, steady rhythm. "What are you doing?" says Saul. "Giving it to you." He takes it in an uncertain hand. "This is your chance, you know. If you wanted to, you could destroy it, and that would be it. You'd have your eternal moment back." Saul looks at the heart beating in his hand and smirks. "Maybe I'm ready for a change." He inserts the heart into the shrine, and I mutter the incantation. And in a moment, I feel it. Heat from the flames around us, the chill of a cool breeze, and every nerve ending in my body activating. I collapse to the ground in agony as the pain from all my too fresh injuries racks my entire body. Saul drops to his knees as well, but pulls me in close. Hey, it's okay. I'm right here." I take sharp, shallow breaths, my first in so long. I feel Saul against me, and finally my body relaxes. "How does it feel?" says Saul. Everything hurts so much. I feel so alive." He laughs as a tear rolls down his cheek, and I find myself doing the same. He looks up, eyes on the rising sun. "Can't believe I let myself miss this for so long," says Saul. We're both quiet for a moment, an actual real moment. It's beautiful. Another breeze blows, carrying the chirp of a songbird with it. "Good morning, Saul. Good morning, kid." I cry. I cry years and years worth of tears as Saul cradles me, acting as if he isn't just as hurt. He turns us off to the horizon, and we watch as the sun begins to rise. The world breathes. You've been awfully quiet. The last and newest proposal to join the collection is a proposal about a massive spacecraft of unknown origin. Known more commonly as the January 3rd entity, it's trapezoidal and has a length of around 20 kilometers, a height of 3.5, and is 1.3 kilometers wide. The top half of the ship has exactly 492 differently shaped structures, all of which resemble towers more than anything else. The rectangular gate section at the bottom of the ship leads to a space that is way larger than the ship, making its real dimensions unknown. Not a lot is known about the crew. In fact, we have no idea if 001 even has anyone on it. There's never been any transmissions or communicative anything, and of course, the ship's materials as well as its method of propulsion is also not known. Whenever the ship becomes 12.03 kilometers above the ground level, the internal temperature of any object under where the gate is will increase to a temperature, on average, of 1,700 degrees Celsius. To put that into perspective, tungsten has the highest melting point of any known metal at 3,422 degrees Celsius. And by just approaching the ground, this thing is half as hot as that. Any object placed under the gate that's heated in this fashion eventually gravitates towards the mouth until it is eventually consumed. It's also not known if there's a finite amount of space to store consumed materials. Attempts to destroy or modify the gate are insufficient. It absorbs anything from smoke to aircraft to missiles, and has even tried to be nuked before, but to no avail. The Foundation discovered the spacecraft in December of 2027 as it was orbiting Venus. The very presence of the ship caused devastating surface damage to the planet, and in January of next year, it was Earth's turn. The first descent on the blue planet happened in the northwestern US, over the Puget Sound to be specific. To say its descent was tragic would be undermining it. 001's assault claimed the lives of 2.3 billion people in the first 3 months, caused irreversible damage to the planet, turning almost 90% of North America's surface into a molten lake of slag. But here's why the story takes a turn. That was Chapter 1. Now it's time to talk about Chapter 2, called Innocent When You Dream. It honestly might be better if I read sections of the chapter here. The blue-green light pries its way between your eyelids from above. Against every instinct to stay asleep, you open your eyes. You hate getting up, but compared to the dream you were having, it's practically paradise. So it turns out that the 001 explanation I just explained is actually a reoccurring dream. Interestingly enough, you've actually had this dream all your life. Every time you dream, it's always the same story. The same nightmare of a giant spaceship terrorizing cities all over the planet. Your containment manager, Dr. Fenwick, is aware of these occurring dreams, but for all she knows, she can't explain the phenomena. I might as well remind you about who you are again now that you're awake. Your name is Riordan, and you look like this. You're unsure if you're human, but you do look the part. And at 19 years old, all you've ever experienced in those 19 years has all been spent here at the Foundation site. You have an ankle monitor that's covered in bite marks. Interesting. Your two favorite activities are making Dr. Fenwick proud of you and biting things. Your job at the containment site is to watch 10 movies a day. And must we not forget about your intelligence, you're just as smart as an educated paperclip. Okay, there's a detail in this that I can't help but mention, being the way it describes how you pry off the bed, peeling off your back like a slice of processed cheese. Oh my god. But anyway, now that you're up, take a look around. It's the only bedroom you've ever known. A 4x4 meter cell with a bin of clothes, a sink and toilet with a mirror, a framed picture of the house rules, and a dry erase board on the nightstand with a marker strapped to the side of it. Alright, well, now that you're dressed in your usual attire of a green t-shirt and gray sweatpants, let's go over the rules. 1. Have fun. 2. Answer to SCP-9922. Not everyone is going to call you by your name. 3. If you want to communicate, that's what the dry erase board is for. 4. Do not speak, laugh, cry, whisper, yell, sing, or vocalize yourself in any way. Your voice is special and dangerous and will kill you. 5. You are not allowed to leave the site for any reason. And lastly, make sure you follow all other unwritten instructions at Dr. Fenwick or anyone else's discretion. You'll be fine. You can take comfort in knowing that they didn't add rules against biting, you know. The next step in your day is to use the toilet. You've actually never used it before. Not even once in 19 years. The only thing keeping it from looking perfect are all the bite marks from all the times you bit it. You don't even understand why you have the toilet. Apparently people use these after eating or something? I don't know, Dr. Fenwick is still figuring out how your digestive system works. Now it's time to freshen up. Grab the toothbrush and toothpaste and start brushing. I know you like to use it to comb your hair too, so by all means. You're not really sure why you have two different toothbrushes. Oh, by the way, if you see a figure in the mirror that looks like you, don't try to bite it. It's not going to work. Lastly, grab your dry erase board. There's a purple marker on the side to send us messages. You forgot to erase the last thing you wrote, and it says, "I can fit the whole thing in my mouth, and I'll prove it!" You're cringing from the humiliating memory as you start to erase the message. Maybe if you're good enough, they'll lift that ban on unhinging your jaw so you can bite again. Now that you're finally ready for another day of watching 10 movies a day, you knock twice on the door to alert the guard. The peeping slot opens in the door from behind a layer of bulletproof glass. As your eyes meet with the guard's gray and baggy eyes, he says, "All right, weirdo, ready for work?" To which you respond, "Yes!" The guard informs you to, quote, "keep the weird stuff to a minimum in the halls. Another repeat of last Tuesday and you'll lose your free-range privileges." Now then, do you remember what you'll be watching today? You write on the board, "I forgot!" as the guard pulls out a piece of paper with the movies. Let's see here. Looks like Straw Dogs and then a couple Italian exploitation flicks that I cannot pronounce for the life of me. As he's reading it, you snatch the paper and start to chew on it. Nice. The guard, unsurprised, shrugs before mumbling into a walkie-talkie. Looks like you're in room 1402. Current time is 6:05. Get there by 6:10. And no funny business, alright? You've been watching movies here for as long as you've had memory, recording your emotions after each and every film. No one has ever told you why you have to do this, and every time you've asked, Dr. Fenwick tells you that it's critically important and that you'll know when you're ready. Watching these films used to be fun to you. They all used to have an easy-to-understand theme of good and evil, mainly Disney cartoons. 10 years ago, when you were old enough for it, the routine changed, and ever since then it hasn't been any fun. Coming off the old material, you are now made to watch new films about, quote, senseless and complicated cruelty. Even you can't understand why you have to watch these movies. Oh well, at least the rewards are nice. Dr. Fenwick last night told you that if you can correctly answer a question about straw dogs, then she'll let you eat a pear. If it tastes anything like paint thinner, then you are in for a treat. But as you push the button to open the 14th floor doorway, you aren't met by the 14th floor. Instead, you are met by a fox in the doorway. There is a hallway that it's in, but it's not the hallway of the 14th floor. It's far more run down, Filled with graffiti and shattered concrete, the building is abandoned, looking just like the ones in the movies you watch. You reach out to pet the fox, but not before he takes a step backward and speaks in a raspy, human voice. Oh, this is going to be perfect for me. Begging your pardon, but I'd rather you wash your hands first. At any rate, Riordan, I've been looking for you for quite some time. I'm glad I finally managed to see you face to face. Now, pull that slate up. We have much to discuss. You know me? Of course. I work with Dr. Fenwick. I'm the one who writes all the little questions you have to answer for films. And believe me, if you think your job is unpleasant, well, never mind that. What's your name? Oh dear, I left my name at home. If you must call me something, I suppose the Fox would be sufficient. Hi, the Fox! I want to put you in my mouth! Of course you do. Now on to business. I have several canisters of paint thinner for which I have no use. I've been meaning to get rid of them. If you would be so kind as to drink them for me, I'll happily compensate your services with a pair. What say you, Riordan? Do we have a deal? This deal triples your heart rate, but the realism triggers your hunger. Maybe later! I don't want to be late for straw dogs! I'm afraid it's already 6:20. You check your watch, and it's 3 o'clock? You're beyond late now. Dr. Fenwick is going to be very disappointed. Come now. We both know that these exercises are pointless. Even Dr. Fenwick has her doubts. She isn't even coming up with the list of movies you need to watch anymore. It's some edgy little intern, perpetually giggling about ruining Riordan's innocence. But let's not despair. You and I both know that getting rid of this would be more worth your while. A can of paint thinner suddenly materializes before him as he's saying this. Well, that settles it. As you snap the lid off to take a sip of the thinner, the canister turns out to be empty. You've been tricked. After you throw a tantrum and then throw the canister at the fox, you turn around to go back the way you came. But guess what? The door's gone. It's gone! There's only a concrete wall. Where's the door? What door? Where's the door? You ended up erasing this mid-sentence. It gets replaced with a much more fitting, What do you want? Oh, that door. Apologies. I know how to take you out of Site 6800, but I forgot that I have considerable trouble taking you back. It's very difficult for me, but not impossible. I would need your help to make another magic portal to take you back. Tell me what I need to do! It's simple. All you must do is tell me to make another portal. Make another portal, please! I'm sorry, Riordan, but if I'm going to do you any favors, you'll first have to learn some manners. And when two civilized creatures meet one another, they talk. Expecting me to wait for you to finish your scrawl on that stupid tablet is silly at best, and at worst, rude. So, use your words like a big boy. I can't do that! Nonsense! You've got a throat, lips, and teeth. You've heard people talk before. No! Dr. Fenwick said that if I ever use my voice, I'll die! You said you work with her, so you know that, right? I lied. And so did Dr. Fenwick. You are perfectly capable of speech. Go on, try it. Who are you? Why are you doing this? For your first question, I'm the horrible little fox that's going to strand you on the other side of the world unless you get over your fear of speaking. For your second, I'm doing this because you need to learn how to talk like grown-ups do. For God's sake, Riordan, you haven't even tried. No, I haven't! Even if I could be right, I don't want to find out! It's too dangerous! I don't want to die! I have to survive so I can help Dr. Fenwick and bite things! You know, smart people only need to use one exclamation point. Fuck you! Oh well, maybe I caught you at a bad time. The fox opens his mouth. There's a strange, throaty humming noise coming from his throat, and an oval of light is starting to project into thin air right in front of him, with a small aperture opening in the center of the hole, growing bigger by the second. Time is one luxury I do have, Riordan. I'll keep this arrangement a standing order. I'll be watching. Though I can't help but wonder, will you see the light and make the decision to speak up on your own, or will your solitary existence in an unfamiliar part of the world wrench it out of you without thinking? Not that I'm picky, the outcome would be the same by either means. The aperture opens completely. Just beyond, you see Dr. Fenwick at her desk. She hammers away at a computer keyboard, exhausted as ever. The streaks of gray in her brown hair have never been more visible in the blue light of the computer. She senses a shift in the air and light. Turning toward the portal, she freezes. She calls out your name in shock. The fox takes one last look at you. Just remember, there's only one way home. The Fox then leaps into the portal, and Dr. Fenwick screams. You dive after both of them, but the portal is gone in an instant. Now laying on the ground in an abandoned building, you start to hear the sound of cars from outside a broken window, as a bird sings in the distance. Not only are you lost, but you broke house rule number 5. On top of that, you let a reality-warping creature right into Dr. Fenwick's office. She could be hurt, dead, or worst of all, disappointed in you. The reality of the situation is really now starting to sink in. Chapter 3. Soldiers' Things. Alright, so from what I can understand about Chapter 3, the original containment procedures in Chapter 1 said that SCP-001 is projected to render the Earth's surface uninhabitable in approximately 17 days. But now it's been changed to say 001 can, must, and will be destroyed, and that destroying the spacecraft is priority number 1 of the Foundation. I'm going to assume that the 17 days is now passed, and now the ship is heading for Earth to destroy it. The Foundation came up with a plan for this, which is to recruit strike teams with experimental weapons to do the following. Position mobile naval artillery platform called 19 Perrin into the Tanami Desert, launch multiple custom-built dropships into SCP-001 to attempt to make contact, and finally, once contact is made, the dropships will attach onto 001, and attempt to disable the ship from the inside. Yeah, this didn't work. Most of the dropships landed into lava or into deep space, but one of them managed to gain contact, being Strike Team ST-4 Wormwood. Chapter 4. Rain Dogs. Remember Riordan? Well, he's still in that abandoned building. Turns out that it's an apartment complex. Dr. Fenwick promised that she would trace your ankle bracelet and get you, but it's been a month now. Where is she? More importantly, where are you? After walking around for a while and having some really funny run-ins with locals, somebody finally says, "You're in Sydney!" But it doesn't feel like the Sydney you've seen in the movies. The levitating trolleys in the middle of the road, or maybe the dragonfly-shaped robots that deliver packages by air might have something to do with it. Okay, you're in Sydney, Australia, but what time is it? After walking down the street looking for a storefront or any indication of a newspaper, just as you're about to give up, you see a sign on a booth that says, Soyun's Vintage Newsstand, keeping print alive to 2140. You eventually get your hands on a newspaper, and you come across varying headlines like, Perfect Gainsborough, South America on track to 30% biome restoration by fall 2300. Poll, 57% of Australians are tired of the Three Moons Initiative's occupation of the Earth during the post-Terrar restoration. We have bridges to rebuild. Perdition Committee removes worship of Abad of the Red Crater from list of Class L heresies. Opposing perspectives. Does our direct communication with the afterlife cheapen the concept of death? Wait, hold on. Terrar. That's a name you've only ever seen in your dreams. That's either a coincidence or something is really different here. You don't really know how to feel about this. Oh yeah, the time. It's December 12th, 2287, so that's cool. Okay, you need to figure out if this is the same Terrar from your dreams. There's a TV playing in the break room of a restaurant you bit the sign of. A rerun of a Jerry Springer episode starts playing and says, Hello and welcome to Afterlife Styles. I'm your host, Jerry Springer, recording live, as it were, from Luna Major in Corbenek. Here we take an in-depth look at the eternal rewards of cultural icons across the ages. First up is a decorated war hero. The man who fired the shots heard around the world during the grisly Terrar incident of Earth-2V. The man who, single-handedly, saved the human race of 2V from the city-devouring monstrosity of the Thrall Dominion. Everyone, please put your hands together for the one, the only, Captain Moises Peterson! Well, that confirms it. Alright, well now you have to escape. And how else do I say this? You bite a cop and get away. But not before you have a run-in with a man named Casey who runs up on you in an alleyway with a knife, confusing you for someone else when you decide in a split-second decision to latch onto him and bite his neck. You actually ended up falling onto his knife with the other end sticking out of the back of your neck. I don't know how you survived that, but in a reaction of fear, as you're running away, you shove your entire fist in your mouth. The knife wound hurts, but where the entry point was a slit a few seconds ago, now it's the size of a pinhole. The doctors always said you were good at, quote, bouncing back, whatever that means. Something's off, though. You heard the very faint sound of your voice that you've never heard before. so why does it sound so familiar? More on that later. It turns out that the reason Casey attacked you is because you were wearing the same colors as a gang in Sydney called the Greensleeves, a rich street gang that robs people only for the sake of hurting them. He mentions that the law is not going to stop them as their parents all work for something called 3 Moons. Also, you didn't even bleed from the stabbing. All it did was make the knife hot. Casey cuts you a deal, see what I did there, that while you figure out how to get back home, he will help you with a change of clothes, food, and a place to sleep to make up for when he stabbed you. 2 weeks later, you ditch the green shirt for a black denim vest instead. Chapter 5. Don't go into that barn. Alright, let's get out of second person and track back to the plan to destroy 001. As the strike team traverses into the vessel, one of them, named Odell, enters what seems to be a storage area in the lower decks of the ship. The room has semi-transparent pillars that have organic remains of indeterminate origin, and all but one of them are shattered. Odell goes up to the pillar that isn't shattered, and when reaching towards the control panel, his hand is struck by an arc of electricity before a tall crustacean entity emerges from the collapsed pillar's liquid. When asking about who has come to save it, the entity reveals that the vessel that's currently destroying the Earth is actually an asteroid harvesting vessel of the Thrall Dominion. They haven't been at war with anyone in 184 succulent maraschino cherries, however many years that is. Eventually, the entity explains that their name is Sharona of the Weasels, and that the ship, which is normally operated by Thrall people, belong to a species that have merchants spanning countless dimensions, comparing it to the Silk Road for us, which is a nice touch. It's really important to know that everything created by the Thrall runs on the power of an unwilling host. So for example, even a Thrall-made knife requires a small animal to be grafted to its handle for posterity. The entity is also capable of teleportation, as was the specialty of its people, and it turns out that the Thrall that were operating the ship have been dead. Earlier in the expedition, other members of the crew started randomly talking about the party door to go to the party room, with the crew members denying having said it. Assuming to be some kind of cognito hazard, Sharona too falls victim to this, ironically in the middle of a sentence where she's in the middle of saying, "Now that there's no longer a master to stop me, I think I'll check out the party door because I've heard there is a cool kids party on the other side of said party door." It's hypothesized that the party door is an opening on the 3rd floor from when the mouth of the ship essentially hypnotized the Thrall into walking face first into their own furnace. The reason Odell is unaffected is because the hypnosis doesn't work on everybody. About 4 hours later, the mouth of 001 suddenly stops emitting light, while also losing altitude. It's estimated that the impact with Earth's surface will occur within around 2 hours. Chapter 6. Come up onto the house. Basically in this chapter, it's now been 2 years since you've met Casey, and he's now one of your first real friends. There's some other people in the club that are pretty cool too, including Mick Drugs, Wakako, who is Casey's on and off girlfriend, and Greg. At this point, you and the group have been all over Australia. You've even seen pieces of the reconstruction zone, like China and Singapore. The best part is that the Greenslaves leave the group alone now, and that's all thanks to the Lambo incident. About 1.5 years ago, a Greenslave caught you opening the door to his Lamborghini, unhinging your jaw and then swallowing the engine block whole. That Greenslave now devotes his life to religious monasticism. Your old life never gave you joy, but in your new one, there's been a reason to laugh every day. These have been the best last 2 years of your life, in fact, but you can't help but feel like something is still missing. You and the gang are currently staying at a roadside movie theater that was owned by Mick Drugs' uncle before he passed away. And now that you're not on the move as often, Dr. Fenwick might be able to track you down and take you back to the site. But do you even want to go back? You guys start watching a movie about the Terrare incident. Wakako tells you to try to not take the story too literally, as the story is heavy with propaganda as it was bankrolled by the 3 Moons. It's in this moment where it's explained that the 3 Moons apparently runs the whole world's government, and that they came from the afterlife. The film is decent, but things like the Thrall look nothing like how they do in your dreams. But right in the middle of the movie, a character from 3 chapters ago suddenly shows up in the film. It's the fox. Everyone else is trying to figure out what the hell is going on and why the fox is there, and you've gripped the armrest so hard that it shattered the metal frame. Is this some kind of special edition? I'm trying to pause it, nothing's working. And in the midst of the panic, the fox simply says, "It's impolite to ignore, Riordan." It's the fox that you've told your friends about. You thought he forgot about you. It has been 2 years after all. All you can think in this moment is, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. The screen that was just turned off is re-illuminated with another message from the fox. Riordan, I'm all for letting you meet the terms of our arrangement at your own pace, but you've been intentionally avoiding the use of your voice. So tell me, are you even slightly interested in learning how to speak? Because if you are, you'll have to help me help yourself. Go away! Oh, for God's sake, it's a dark room. I can't bloody see your response. I'm starting to think that whiteboard is less of a communication tool and more of a very rigid security blanket. Greg unplugs the projector by chewing the cable off, and as smoke floods the ceiling, the fox makes something that I could only call a threat. You can't learn to speak without proper motivation. But don't worry, Riordan. I'm going to give you plenty of reasons to scream today. What do? That's right, run. But as they run towards an exit to find the door, it's gone. But then, all of a sudden, in the middle of the dark, the rest of the crew notices that they've been transported to a restoration zone. With nowhere else to go now, one of them points to a jagged black shape in the distance. The walk to it is very long, and as you enter the shattered glass doorway, what is clear is that whatever happened here was far worse than just a fire. There's a sign at the front desk, but the smoke damage is too intense to show anything except for the most vague outline of, you guessed it, a circle with 3 arrows pointing inward. It was at that moment that you froze in the realization that you were standing back at Site 6800. The last memory you had here, the fox had jumped into Dr. Fenwick's office. And 2 years later, there's nothing left but ashes. As you fall to your knees, trying with every fiber in your body to not let out a scream, you put your hand over your mouth as the tears start to flow out of your eyes. There's no way Dr. Fenwick could have survived. But before anyone can ask you anything, the voice of the fox cries out from the other side of the foyer. Do you know what's the funniest part about the Terror incident? Technically, it never stopped. It's still going on as we speak. When you follow the source of the voice, you are met with the fox sitting on top of a 1-meter cube of cold, black metal. After the box explodes with a wave of concussive force, the fox's final words before trailing into the darkness are as follows. See, Mr. Moosey can make an interesting little gas. If you breathe it, your voice sounds all tiny and silly, like this, hee hee. But here's the catch, you have to use your voice first. See you on the 2nd floor when you're done! And just like that, the fox's voice vanishes, and as you take your first look around, you see this. The ethereal deer, aka SCP-001, stares at you, and none of you have enough courage to say anything, until Casey hits the deer with, Oi you, Bambi-looking thing! Where'd that piece of shit fox run off to? The deer takes its eyes off you and glances at Casey, and by raising an eyebrow, the vapor in the air coalesces into sharp crystals. Stay quiet, says the deer. One of the crystals travels into Casey, as the color of red stains the yellow of his raincoat. And after 47 uninterrupted seconds of nothing but crystals flying into Casey's corpse, nothing is left of him but an amalgamation of meat and a pile of his now shredded clothes. And just like that, Casey is gone. The rest of the crew follows next, with McDruggs' clothes evaporating into pale dust in the air. All that's left of him is a 6-sided column of meat. As Wakako begs to bring them back, she too becomes another pillar of meat. And lastly, Greg blindly charges towards the deer, but instead gets vanished into gas. And now it's your turn. The deer stomps, and your clothes and whiteboard fade out of existence. You, though? You're still alive. It stomps again and again and again. But nothing happens. And without words, the deer has decided that you're not a threat or a victim. It turns around, takes a few steps away, and curiously examines its surroundings. Stay quiet. You raise your fist to jam it in your throat again. You lower it, take a deep breath. That was not very punk rock of you, Mr. Moosey. You spoke. You spoke, and you're still alive. You're staring at the deer from a head that's 4 meters higher in the air. Your skin struggles to hold you together. It cracks with every movement, but regenerates. It's shiny, rigid, and deep red, with something dark and intricate marbled underneath. It's all making sense now. You were only human for as long as you believed. Your voice is the sound of crackling flames given thought and meaning, and the sound of it was the reminder you needed. Your shape struggles to maintain its humanity. It's still the most familiar and comfortable one, but an ancient and terrible silhouette fights you at every step to regain control. You are a lump of red glass and heat. Is this what the fox wanted? Who the hell would want this? The deer turns around, staring at you. Its eyes widen, and with one wordless glance, it kneels on a single front hoof, bowing its head. Bring them back. It says nothing. Please, just bring my friends back. I need them. The deer's head leans deeper to the floor. Bring them back! Now! The ground curdles under the deer's hooves, glowing and bubbling. Its fur singes at the edges. Bring them back or I'll kill you! But in the flames, you can already see the deer's exposed skull. Its left antler falls off. Liquefying, it slowly floats toward your open mouth. They were all I had! The last word becomes more of a gurgle. The antler, the deer's corpse, the ground itself, now a lake of slag, bends toward your mouth. What's left of Wakako and Mick Drugs bursts into flames. You can't hear their song anymore. Perhaps their master's death led to their own. You freeze. Your chest seizes up with unfamiliar emotions. You stumble backward. The floor where the deer once stood is now a red-hot curl of slag, as if someone had just taken a spoon from a pot of thick fudge. You've seen this before, in your dreams. Your body shrinks. You're as tall as Riordan once was, if you can even call yourself that anymore. Though your malleable body struggles to even step forward, you make your way to the stairs. The journey is long and hard. You end up having to crawl for the last few steps. And once you reach the second floor, there stands the fox, with an open Foundation laptop next to him. Without a word, he slides the laptop in your direction. There's a document on the screen. Chapter 7, I Don't Want to Grow Up. Alright, out of second person again. The document on the screen is about SCP-9922. What is 9922? Well, it's a shape-shifting life form of extra-dimensional origin that was actually used as the power source for SCP-001. Text on the walls found inside of 001 referred to 9922 as the Traitor Flame, and at some point, 9922 assumed control over the ship with the intent of destroying the crew, most of the ship's captives, and 7.9 billion human beings. SCP-9922 itself is an indestructible orange disk being 5 centimeters in diameter and 0.5 centimeters wide, and after 170 hours of inertia, a body will start to form around the disk, eventually becoming the shape of a human being with orange skin, white hair, and black eyes. Every newly created instance of 9922 lacks the memories of its past iterations, but if it vocalizes, it immediately assumes its default appearance, regains its memories, and enters a state of extreme hostility and devourment. 9922 contains an unknown amount of superheated plasma that is able to mimic the world-eating ability that 001 has, and is also able to change its body size and shape whenever it's agitated, which is what happened with Riordan. The energy contained within the so-called Traitor Flame is limitless, and it's clear now that what happened at the end of Chapter 6 is that Riordan's Traitor Flame was activated by the death of his only friends, and the ground he was standing on got devoured underneath him. In the Project Burgess iteration log, we can see every instance of 9922 that was created, and if we scroll all the way down, that's right, the latest iteration is none other than Riordan. In an addendum paper made by the administrator, he says at the very end of it that all detractors are advised to tell 7.9 billion charred corpses that he didn't know any better. Chapter 8, God's Away on Business. 7.9 billion people. You've seen God knows how many villains in God knows how many movies, and you've out-villained every one. This is why the Foundation showed you all these movies. They did it so you can understand how evil you truly were. You've been sitting in the corner of the second floor for around 12 days now. You stared at your containment document until the battery ran out on the laptop. You haven't even cried. You just froze, thinking 100 different simultaneous thoughts per minute, grasping the reality of what you've done. Sitting in the corner of this room, though, isn't going to bring anyone back or make you a good person. But there is something else you can do to end the pain. You could forget. But first, you'll need to keep this fox from reminding you ever again. The fox opened another magic portal when he left, and inside of it is a dark, cylindrical hallway with a floor pointing 14 degrees upward. He clearly wanted you to follow it. You quickly realize that the hallway is one of the inner hallways on Terraire. It's time to end this. There's a chamber with a domed ceiling, and as you walk in, the door behind you disappears, and upon turning around, the fox appears. Okay, this is getting really long, so TLDR for this part, the fox basically says that he's the Terraire ship's central biocomputer, and that Riordan assumed control of him once the morons pushing his buttons walked face first into his flames. The traitor flame, I'm guessing. The fox has been trying to get Riordan to regain control of the ship this entire time. Obviously, Riordan relents to that idea, and tries to bite the fox several times, but the fox is in a hologram form so it doesn't work. Now it's time for the fox to try Plan B. For Plan B, the fox morphs into this guy, who was a Threll. But not just any Threll, it was Ouroboros, a Threll engineer priest who managed Riordan's power supply directly. He was a very evil creature, and it's why you made sure to kill him first. Anyway, Riordan says to it, "You're not real. Ouroboros dead. You can't do anything to..." And it's at that moment that he throws symbols into your face. Disgraced one. Property. Coward. Suffer. Coward. Coward. Vessel. Coward. Disgraced one. Thoroughly. Non-being. Hajeti. Submit. Duty. Primorse deep. Behold. Absolute. Hearken unto the master's churning flute, O child. 8 become 1. The throne of the prince of princes stands empty. That which exists without the 6's consent is heretical in its very continuation. Rat. Disgraced one. Disgraced one. Disgraced one. This hurts Riordan big time. It takes him a while to finally stand back up again, and when he does, he says, "Do it again." What? Do it again. I deserve it anyway. But instead of doing that, this time an unfamiliar symbol appears in the Threll's left hand. Landing on Riordan's chest, it means, "Congratulations!" The door gets restored to normal, the Threll turns back into the fox, and Dr. Fenwick rushes in, all at the same time as everyone is blowing party horns. Fenwick, happy as ever, says, "You did it, Riordan! You passed the test!" What test? The fox chimes in to say that he would like to apologize for any physical harm inflicted during this session, and that he was only acting at the direction of his new masters, being the SCP Foundation, to which Riordan says, okay. Are you sorry for killing my friends too, or...?" The fox doesn't reply. Another researcher hands him a can of paint thinner saying, "Here you go, buddy. It's on the house." Fenwick says, "Well, it wouldn't have felt right if you went to all that trouble for just 1 gallon. 2 years ago, Riordan would have loved to receive a gift like this, but not anymore," to which he puts it down. Fenwick says, "Riordan, through your hard work, resilience, and resolve to do better, you have overcome your nature. You even entered a vocalization state without going berserk. We've finally found the version of you that deserves a place on Earth. And for this, we've decided to finally integrate you into Phase 5 of Project Burgess." And what's Phase 5? "I've always loved how thirsty you are for knowledge," Fenwick says. "Don't worry, Riordan. I'll explain everything. After you've been hooked up to that sarcophagus again." Riordan's heart drops after hearing that. "I don't want to use this ship to kill another human being." "And you won't. You'll just keep Mobile Site 0 running while we zoom around through the universe, securing and containing everything that could ever hurt us. And if it's a problem too big for containment to fix, we'll just have to give it to the old Bernie burn like you usually..." "No!" "Begging your pardon?" "Spending my whole life powering the ship is what made me go crazy in the first place. In fact, the only reason I know about good and evil in the first place is because you ordered me to. Just once, I want to learn something without it being jammed up my..." Before he can finish that sentence, though, Fenwick opens her right palm with something glowing inside of it. And as if blowing a kiss, she blows it onto your face. "Get in." A shockwave knocks him right into the coffin, and before he can scream, the lid slams shut from above. So now Riordan is trapped inside of a central power unit, and he is not about to cooperate. If profanity gets detected in the power unit, then it shuts off comms for said offender for a number of minutes. And funny enough, Riordan manages to make Dr. Fenwick swear, causing her to get suspended from comms for 5 minutes. Riordan uses an old override password from the last time he broke out, which is this, and now with control he does what anyone would do, and releases himself. Escaping from the ship is now a #1 priority. Taking place in a zero-G environment, none of the guards have any guns as alarms echo all around the ship. Seeing the Earth in the distance now, he takes one last look at the crowd of Foundation personnel behind him. Now in the silence of space, Riordan's rage starts to fester within him. Everything that has ever hurt him can all be traced back to that ship. Closing his eyes, he focuses on nothing but the rage, and grows so large to the point where the ship is bite-sized. And as he slowly approaches the ship, Dr. Fenwick beats on the windows repeatedly while screaming, "Stop it, Riordan! You owe us! You owe me!" And as she's doing this, someone overrides the intercom. The alarms go away and are replaced by a grand and vainglorious anthem, being Party Rock Anthem by LMFAO. The staff all break out into a plague of sick dance moves, and even as she howls in rage and despair, Dr. Fenwick's body can't help but do the Carlton dance from Fresh Prince. And as it turns out, the party door has now been opened. Inside Riordan was the party from which everything was born. And everything in the Omniverse, on the most infinitesimal level, yearns with their entire being to one day return to their source, so that one day they may party harder than anyone has partied before. The party has begun anew. Party time! Chapter 9. Long Way Home. This is the last chapter, I promise. Now that everything is about to conclude, we are now in a time following the destruction of Mobile Site 0, which is the ship that Riordan just left. As for Riordan, he's been in a tunnel of vitrified soil on Earth 2V that he uses as a refuge. 3 years after the site's destruction in 2031, a unit from an SCP that can relay information anonymously, SCP-2578, manages to make contact with him, and loads this pre-recorded message from the General of the Three Moons Initiative. Riordan, this is General Janet Spiegel of the Three Moons Initiative, speaking through an autonomous drone. We have been monitoring your progress and had meant to give you this message earlier, but we had some difficulty locating you. I have come to thank you for the destruction of the Thrall mining vessel designated Terrare. The Thrall Dominion has been one of the Initiative's most bitter enemies since our organization's inception. The ethics of what you have done with the vessel during the Terrare incident are not within our jurisdiction. Humans have a strange obsession with thrusting a human's conscience upon everything else. However, Dr. Fenwick's conduct is in our jurisdiction. Rest assured that upon her entrance of the afterlife, the Perdition Committee has thoroughly given her the welcome wagon, so to speak. On a personal note, let's just say that being screwed over by the Foundation is something we have in common. We would have intervened sooner to liberate you from such harsh treatment, but, well, the Thralls still considered you their property, so long as their ship remained functional, so doing anything to affect you would have been considered a breach of our ceasefire. But Terrare is gone. Therefore, the information we've been dying to tell you since this incident began can finally be relayed. What you do with this information is absolutely not for us to decide. A lot of this comes from legend. For the specifics, there are aspects that not even Jalakara himself understands. What I can tell you is that there once was an entity known only as the Prince of Princes. This being created the root of all afterlives, Korbanek, and he was the first being in the Omniverse to ever die. From his corpse sprang 8 gods to divine his kingdom. Kum of the Eightfold Star, the unfeeling life-giver. Nazdak of the Eternal Hunt, sovereign of all things feral. Abad of the Red Crater, Lord of Wilderness. His daughter is also a popular goddess in her own right. Apparently she's known as Grandma to her followers. Long story. Muzd of the Everkilled, a truly gentle soul by anyone's account, giant hammer notwithstanding. Rome of the Drimglenta, he's the one all the hippies like. Hajeti of the Primorse Deep, I'm sure you've heard enough about him. Jalakara of the Impenetrable, our master, humankind's best friend. And Voo of the Murk. If you want an example of someone who's actually unforgivable, look no further. Among these gods, can you guess who inherited the true strength of the Prince of Princes? None. Each one has plenty of godly strength, but it's only a fraction compared to their father's signature prize, the flame of origin, about which next to nothing is known. That flame wasn't inherited by anyone. The flame itself went off into the multiverse, becoming a creature of its own, playful, childish, and with a truly innocent heart, dancing across the cosmos, nipping at each other like puppies, leaving behind trails of stardust. Traces of their involvement can be found in the colors of nebulae and rainbows. If they have any godly authority, then they can only be the gods of beauty without reason. Because that's too many syllables, they are better known as glasslings. You, Riordan, are a glassling. And as of your liberation, you are the only glassling that the Thrall Dominion isn't currently using as a power source. There are millions of others like you, and they all need help. Again, I am not going to directly order you to attack the Thrall to liberate your brethren. For one thing, that would also violate the ceasefire. For another, maybe you're not a fighter. There are many others who can carry on the fight in your stead. But more than this, as you would know, more than anyone else, it's important to do the right thing. But it's much more important to be able to choose the right thing. If you would like to help the other glasslings, which we are not telling you to do, an entry point to Korbanik can be found on the dark side of the moon. That would be a good starting point. Before I leave you to your own devices, one more thing. I have some messages from other people that I've been asked to relay. And before you say any of them are impossible, remember that this is an afterlife. Following the General's message are a couple of messages from some of the Glassling's old friends. I'll put the full ones on screen, but I'll only read a portion of them. Riordan, buddy! It's Greg, remember? If you get a chance, come to Korbanik. We really miss you down here. I mean, we're in better living conditions here in the colonies, but it's just not the bloody same. Look, I should have opened up to you more while I was alive. That goes for a lot of people, I guess. But I just want you to know we're doing okay. We all are, and we're always thinking about you. Oh my god, Bitey Boy! McDrugs here. Gotta say, being a psychic meat pillar was the trippiest stuff ever, and I low-key miss it. I started a whole art career just from the visions the deer was giving me. Turns out those 3 moons own us in the afterlife too. But no worries. The cops are still nice and lazy, and I'm currently in the middle of dismantling the system from within. And guess what? I'm still a bloody atheist! That's right, Mama McDrugs is going to disprove the afterlife. In the afterlife! Anyway, love you, Bitey Boy. I'm Wakako, remember me? Spiegel gave me the rundown on what happened. She said that you were actually in control of Terraire while it wiped out most of humanity. That's so cool. How many people can say they're on a first-name basis with an extinction event? Anyway, Casey and I got married. The basic income here means we can finally afford it. We got a guy in a glassling costume as the ring bearer. Just wouldn't have been the same without you, buddy. Our door's always open. Oi, Riordan. This might not be very crusty of me to say, but I'm so goddamn proud of you for what you did to that Mobile Site Zero garbage. Wish I could have been there to shank Dr. Fenwick myself. I'm sorry if I don't seem too thrilled about talking to you again, because I am, don't get me wrong, I'm so glad you're doing okay. You saved us just by coming into our lives. After reading these, Riordan fully exited the dirt refuge for the first time and is observed smiling for the first time before leaving the atmosphere of Earth 2V for the last time. Wow. I have no words. That is one of the best SCP-related anything I have ever read in my life. I condensed a very small bit of it and started reading part of the pages at times, but honestly, I recommend you read the whole thing. Fullerton does a really good job at blending concise writing with humorous writing, and the result is a fascinating story. This is definitely one of those pieces of writing that you just have to physically read on a page to really feel the impact it had when I was reading it. Call it recency bias, but that one has the best story out of any of the proposals. Really powerful stuff. Alright, well that last one was really long, and with it concluding, that's all 53 proposals explained. Well, it was actually 52, because one of them, called the Drowning of Finfilheim, got removed. I don't know why it did, but it's less explaining for me, so I don't really mind. But yeah. Did I explain these coherently? Could I have done better? I'd love to know in the comments. I should also mention that this video not only took so long, but I also bit off way more than I could chew with the video. I thought about scrapping it for a second time, but I was too far in to just put the video to the side. Regardless of my mush brain though, I hope you guys enjoyed my explanation. You should totally subscribe to the channel as it really helps me out a lot. I want to hit 100k, at least before I die. That would be nice. Alright, well, my back hurts, and I've been talking for far too long, and I think I could really use a fantastic Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. So I'm gonna go get in the car and get one. Goodbye, everyone.